Hello, everyone, and welcome to A Fistful of Dice. My name is Matt, and you are watching the finale of the Provokers, our first campaign. This is the final session of the first Provokers arc. What lies beyond this, we don't know, but we'll talk about it later. For now, as always, I am joined by four of my esteemed colleagues, four of the greatest players and four of the greatest guys I have ever known. And I'm just going to not waste any time and toss it to these guys to introduce themselves and introduce their characters for possibly the final time. Okay, Barker, go ahead.
All right, I am Barker, and I am 1/4 of AbsoluteTabletop.com. As you all know by now, I run the channel Be a Better Game Master, as you all know by now. And as you all know, I am playing Aaron Dice Ellington, is my absolutely ridiculously filled character sheet, annotated, the annotated edition, Webster's annotated edition of Aaron Dice Ellington. What you might not know is that this has been just a super melancholy month, knowing that this is coming, but I'm super stoked to play Dice for perhaps the last time. He's a wizard, and hopefully he'll be able to freeze some meat in this session.
Awesome, man. All right, Nate, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Nate, and I run the channel WASD20, and I am playing, as always, Erdon Saroshent, a wood elf of the Shade Vale, who has joined with this ragtag group, and yeah, I'm really excited for this session. I might cry. I mean, I don't know when my character dies. No.
When, not if. All right, Juice, go ahead, buddy.
I am Juice from Tabletop Gaming with Juice and RPGjuice.com, which if you want my character from previous levels, you can download him over at RPGjuice.com. And yeah, that's about it. Go check out my channel. I swear one day I might do another video. That's it. Oh, and I'm playing Brasswick, Feeblehammer, our friendly neighborhood cleric dwarf.
Awesome. All right, Tim, go ahead.
I'm Tim, and I am 1/2 of Tabletop Terrors and 1/4 of the independent RPG publisher Absolute Tabletop. Tonight, I am playing Durgan Bloodmountain, the Dwarven Paladin. And I just want to take this opportunity to say, Barker, I saw your character sheet when you held it up to the camera, and your passive perception is way wrong. Read the rules, guy.
Are you kidding?
I couldn't see it, but yeah, I'm kidding.
You're kidding, right?
Yeah, I'm kidding.
He's kidding.
Okay.
But someone's
It was
gonna
funny.
pause it. Someone's gonna pause it and look here. You want to see how wrong my character sheet is? Everybody, look at there. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Pause that. Take some screenshots.
They're gonna put it in Photoshop. Enhance that. Enhance that. Zoom in right there. Zoom in. Zoom in. Perfect.
Enhance.
And again, I am Matt. I am your Dungeon Master and have been your Dungeon Master for 16 sessions now. And I've got myself a hot and ready here. Now, it's not really a hot and ready. It's a cold and steady because this has been sitting in my fridge for about 3 hours now. But I have to tell you a story. I went out today to go get a hot and ready, and I don't live super close to a Little Caesars, so I had to drive into Federal Way, which is a nearby town. And Federal Way has a drive-through Little Caesars. And I have never seen this before, but I got so excited when I saw that because if there's one thing that I love, it's not getting out of my car for things. So when I got to go through the drive-through for Little Caesars, it was both surreal and convenient. And I'm so happy about that. So I
love
think
how that's your story. That's such like a fat kid story. Like, I got to tell you this story.
I got to tell you the story. Hang on, man. I got a pizza, and I didn't have to get out of the car for it. It was awesome.
Yeah.
So, not to ruin your hopes and dreams, but there was a drive-through Little Caesars in Grandville when I lived in Grand Rapids, so just west.
Dude, they have to be a rare thing because I've never seen one before.
Yeah, that
ever.
Yeah, I had never seen one either.
Yeah.
And
We
I'll
just
tell
got a
you,
drive-through Subway.
Dude, drive-through
Oh, yeah.
Subway is nice, but you know what? They every time they get my order wrong. Every time.
Oh, they don't screw my
That's
stuff up.
true.
It's been great.
I make sure of it. I make sure they don't screw my sandwich
I've gone there this last week. I went there twice.
You're hanging out the window. You're like, yeah, you put the cucumbers on there. Come on, man.
Right there.
I've been really good. That has been the extent of my fast food. I don't do like McDonald's anymore or any of that
for
kind of
you.
stuff.
See,
But I've been
I've
doing
been
Subway.
really good too, except for this. I don't know if you guys can see this.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's the stuffed crust
With bacon.
Oh, yeah.
with
see
bacon
that?
on the crust. Oh my god.
Whoa.
I spent like $14 on this hot and ready.
That's
I-
insane. If
That's
normally
not
if you
a hot
spend
ready.
$14 at Little Caesars, you can feed yourself for 2 weeks. So.
I know it. This is stuffed crust, extra cheese, extra pepperoni, deep dish with bacon.
Dear
Uh,
Lord.
Because I just
Well,
thought, you know what? I'm going to do it.
Godspeed, Tim. It's been
I
good
know.
knowing you.
I have my heart attack EpiPen over.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just like,
Mm.
all right. Obligatory pizza conversation out of the way. We're going to move on to something that I've been kind of excited about. This is gonna be kind of an event, people. Here, this finale. We got some stuff that we're gonna do. We're gonna do a big old recap here at the beginning. We're gonna talk about the entire campaign and recap the entire campaign, kind of round robin style, just talking about it. During the break, we're going to be unveiling the full map of Aeronoth, the land that the Provokers are currently traversing through. This map was drawn by our very own Nate, who runs the website sellswordmaps.com. If you want to have an awesome map of your world, definitely go check it out. So we're going to be unveiling that during the intermission halfway through. And before the end of the session, we're going to be talking briefly about what you can expect from the second campaign, because there's going to be another campaign. But it might be a little bit different. It might not be what you're expecting. So we're going to be talking about that a little bit too. But to kick things off, we're going to do a little recap here. We spent the last few days kind of typing up the bullet points of the campaign into a Google Doc together, and we're just going to kind of go with it. And we're going to kind of hand it off to people when it makes sense to do so. So I'm going to go ahead and start us off here, if that's okay, and then I'm going to kick it over to somebody else. So. The campaign started at the Wayward Wanderer, which is a tavern and roadhouse in Gwynterod, which is a kind of a nation of city-states in the region known as the Western Southlands of Aeronoth. These 4 adventurers found themselves in the Wayward Wanderer on the same evening and were drawn together over, of all things, a bar fight with a half-orc, a particularly handsome half-orc named Kaldor. Once they had dealt with Kaldor and had sort of bonded together, 4 strangers all away from home, all there for different reasons and looking for different things, they were interrupted when a hill dwarf burst into the tavern and told them that his town had been attacked. He was from a nearby farming village called Brook, and apparently some barbarians had come from the southern wilds, coming up out of the swamp, and had put his village to the torch. And he spoke of a winged beast mounted by an armored man. And this was the first sort of rumor that the Provokers heard about the being known as the Corruptor. Being heroes themselves, or heroes in training, the Provokers took up the call and decided to journey to Brook to find a very important relic for the refugees, these scrappy survivors who had witnessed such destruction and violence and had lived through it. So they decided to head to the village of Brook, where they found it destroyed in ruins, just burned beyond all recognition. And they found some barbarians in the church there, fought the barbarians, Dice got a cool staff, and they delved into the Temple of Geffion. I'm going to go ahead and toss it to Barker.
So the Temple of Geffion was the first time I like to roleplay Dice as being new to combat. You know, he is a level 1 through and through. And so the Temple of Geffion, underneath the temple, is his first time ever really taking part in something that was that dangerous since the war that he served in. But the war that he served in was never anything great. It was just, his service wasn't great. It was just that of kind of a healer, and he was just kind of next to the people who were actually doing the fighting. But underneath the Temple of Geffion, they encountered some scarecrows, which was an awesome dungeon, awesome facet to a dungeon that Matt made and talked about in one of his videos. and I can't remember who called it, but there was an owl bear that had taken up root in this dungeon that we had to fight and dispatch, all for a box of dirt, which was this this item that that this hill dwarf had wanted. This and it was very interesting how it was just a box of dirt and no gold, no jewels, nothing like that. But we learned that dirt resembles kind of new beginnings. So stashed it away, walked back up to the Temple of Gefion, and fought the Corruptor for the first time. And I'm going to throw it to Tim.
So this is the first time that Matt did his handy dandy plot twist. Like, if you watch on Matt's channel, one of the things he likes to end each session with is that little gut punch, some sort of gut punch. And to me, I was expecting something totally different. I was thinking we were going to go and interrogate these bad guys, just wrap it up. Nope. The Corruptor, we fought, and I think that was probably just my favorite moment from that first few sessions, is fighting like that. I felt like we were all in danger. I felt like this guy was a threat. It felt so awesome. And that is where Durgan had his beard burned off that whole session. And that is when, and I'll never forget, Juice wanted to use Mend, and we were going back and forth. We were reading the description, and we were going back and forth on whether or not it would work on hair. And finally, Matt was just like, yeah, just do it. Sure. And what an example of yes and. Because it turned out that my beard was stark blue where it regrew. And that became sort of a signature thing for Durgan, just from a roleplay moment. So I'll never forget that. And I'm going to throw it to Nate.
Yeah, so we fought the Provoker. He fled, and then we journeyed back to the Wayward Wanderer to return this box of soil, this important relic, to Turl. And as we got there, more refugees arrived, and there were people with reports of these forces in other parts of the Western Southlands, and we also met a merchant named Keenra, a dragonborn merchant who was selling some things, and we bought a ring of teleportation from him in return for a magical dragon scale that he'd been looking for, but it wasn't actually the right scale, and we had a pretty good idea that it probably wasn't. But played a little trick on him there to get this very powerful item. And yeah, then we took kind of the reports of gathering forces of this Corruptor very seriously, and decided that we wanted to help out, and we wanted to stay together. And so we eventually decided that we wanted to head over to Stone Rift. But on the way, we stopped in Demeter. And I think that the reason we went to Demeter, maybe I'm wrong, but is that where Keenra said the real scale was, or was there something else going on there?
Yeah, Keenra told you that the real scale was probably in the city of Demeter, but you had also caught wind that there was an encampment of giants at Demeter, and so it was a chance for you to kind of strike a blow against the Corruptor.
Right. Yeah, so we went there thinking, well, we gave him the scale, but if he said the real one is here and it's really as powerful, maybe we should go check it out. So, yeah, and I will pass it back to Matt, or if Juice is here. Did we lose Juice?
Yeah, he dropped. I don't think he's got back in yet.
Yeah.
So I will take over here.
Okay.
So, yeah, the Provoker's journey to Demeter, which was a kind of a ruined city that was once one of the cities of the Khazran Empire, which was this fallen human empire from long, long ago. And they found a bunch of barbarians and ogres and a hill giant named Migrog Oakfell, who was one of the lieutenants of the Corruptor, one of his main right-hand men, so to speak. On the way, though, they met up with Dagrim Boltthrower. who was a old acquaintance of Durgan's, and there was a little bit of beef between these two dwarves, which we came to find out was because Dagrim was one of the suitors who was once pursuing Durgan's sister. And Durgan did not approve of Dagrim and didn't approve of Dagrim and his sister being an item. So, but the two put aside their differences towards the common goal of ridding the lands around Stone Rift from these barbaric humans. And they went into Demeter, and there was a huge battle. It was like the first big battle that the Provokers were involved in, and they split up. Durgan and Brasswick went to one location, and Dice and Erdon went to another. Dice and Erdon were going to go up into this tower, and Durgan and Brasswick were sort of taking on a bunch of barbarians and giants off in another area. This huge battle. I remember it was so fun to run that because I just kind of ran it like a cinematic sort of battle, and it was so fun. And the guys came up with so many cool ideas. Like, I remember Erdon and Dice just sort of like storming that tower like a SWAT team, like kicking down the door, just like poof, like Dice was like sleep, and Erdon's like cut the throat, and just like I remember Dice casting, I think it was Featherfall, while he was falling out of the tower and firing the Thunder Tube lightning bazooka thing, and just so cool. What ended up happening is they went towards the center of town. They fought Migrog. They fought. There was an Earth Elemental and a Water Elemental that fought each other, and they ended up defeating Migrog. And what they found was a few different things. They found Keenra's silver scale, the actual scale that he was looking for. So that was kind of like a oops, like I guess that wasn't the right scale that we gave him in the first place, just like we anticipated. They found a ring that once belonged to a Convoker. This would turn out to be the ring of Emery Suresteel that they found out much, much later into the campaign. They took the ring, and they also found something very troubling. They found thunder weapons of Stone Rift here with the barbarians packed up, ready to go, almost like a gift. And this was very unsettling to Durgan because he was a dwarf of Stone Rift. And so now more than ever, he was motivated to go to his homeland and find out what was going on and why there were weapons, thunder weapons here with the Corruptor's Horde. So I'm going to go ahead and toss it to Tim because we're heading over to Stone Rift.
So the Provokers, they went to Stone Rift, and I remember, just as a player, working with Matt, and Matt had all these cool visuals for Stone Rift, and just seeing it for the first time and hearing the descriptions, it was like nothing I'd ever heard. And so, we all went as characters to try to figure out, where did these barbarians get these weapons? And our journey took us to Durgan's father. And so Durgan's father, who had been blinded in an accident in the lighting repositories, that's a scene that's one of my favorite scenes of the whole campaign for me of playing, was just that role play of Durgan and his father. And we spoke, and there was some revelations in the conversation, and that's when we started to figure out and kind of suspect that one of the kings of Stone Rift, Balrog, was actually in league with the Corruptor. But we couldn't figure out why, so we had to go to the source and start to kind of investigate around Stone Rift, and that was one of my favorite sessions. And even though it's Stone Rift and it's very dwarven, I'm going to throw it to Barker.
Don't do that. I have pizza in my face. Nate, you take it.
Yeah, me.
Nate,
sure. And from Erdon's perspective, he was very uncomfortable in Stone Rift, and just kind of the feeling of being enclosed and not being around trees, and I think that the mood there was just a little off too, and I think we all could feel that a little bit, likely, that there's something odd here, and so we basically. Oh boy, this is like a long section on our notes, isn't it? I'm just trying to see here.
Well, I love that we found out what Dice was whittling that whole time.
Yes,
I know he had been kind of whittling.
Yeah, so he had been whittling a wooden 20-sided die, that was interesting. Dice, we knew beforehand. I think you mentioned in session 1 that Dice had played Dungeons and Dragons before. But, no.
Dice is a classic bard.
He is.
So yeah, basically we did some investigating. We found out that there's 2 kings, and one of them had been in league with the Corruptor's forces, and so we did a lot of investigating. We ended up fighting, I think, some forces who were there, and oh man, I'm getting ahead of myself with this stuff. There's so much
hard,
going
right?
on.
It's hard to not, like, I want to leap all over, and I'm like, no, just think about that session. Think about that session.
Yeah. So okay, there's the I think before the elevator fight, there was the scene with Durgan and his father. And did you already talk about that one, Durgan?
Yeah, I had mentioned that. Well, and so the thing that I thought was really cool was that was one of the best moments for Brasswick, I think. So Juice had this opportunity where he basically gave a young dwarven boy his holy book of Ilmater. And that still sticks with me. Like, I still think about that moment. And that was cool. Like, that was just kind of a neat... but the main thing that I think ended up really being hard on Durgan as a character was that it did turn out that we had to execute Nosmir Stormhammer, who was the one who had sold the weapons, or given, rather, to the Corruptor. And so to me, it was like he was executed, but right before he was executed, he basically told Balrock Hornhelm, I only did it so that you would go to war. I did it so that you would finally take action. And if it worked, then it was worth it. And I think that was probably the moment that I felt like the campaign was bigger and world-reaching.
Yeah.
That's what I thought was awesome.
For sure.
Yeah.
I think when I think of that session, I think 2 things. Number 1, I think you getting your hammer, Tim. Durgan receiving Storm's Reach, which is like freaking Mjolnir times 10, and just awesome. I love it. And I think of what I think a lot of other people think of is the elevator fight, which is when we realize that Una Strongsong, the leader of the Hell Screamers, has been sent by the Corruptor, right, to basically wreck us before we check us. And we enter this combat where Matt says, all right, you're in an elevator fight, 3 rounds till this thing hits the ground. Best fight, period, that I've been in a game. But we prevail, end up being able to use the ring of 3 strides for the first time, and we get to, our goal is to teleport to the Wayward Wanderer, because that's where we left that stone. And instead of teleporting back into the comfort of the Wayward Wanderer, this beautiful, wonderful, homey tavern, we are just drenched in water, and we quickly realize we are at the bottom of a well, and that somebody that we find out that it was Keenra himself threw the stone into the bottom of the well so we would appear there, and he could kind of trap us and make us give him the real scale. Also at the bottom of the well was an Otiug. That's just an annotation. That's not a real important thing, other than that we almost all died. And we barely survived. We give Keener the scale, and we've recruited the dwarves to help us in the coming war against the Corruptor. And next, we decide to go to the elves of the Shade Vale to try to unite the people in the Western Southlands that otherwise would not be united. And that's where I'm going to throw it to Nate Erdon, because Shade Vale's his stomping grounds, boy.
Oh, you're muted, Nate. Classic Nate.
Classic Nate.
Oh, actually, you know what? If it's the last session, can you do me a favor, Nate, and just breathe heavily into your microphone for like 5 seconds for everybody?
I don't know if that's working or not.
No,
it's
the,
not
the,
working,
the,
man.
the
You gotta
blue
put it on
microphones
the-
are too good. It's filtering out.
It was that headset I had that was just right under the nose path.
That's like the one comment I still get all the time in the first session is like, "Who's breathing into their microphone?" I'm like, "Have you watched any of the other sessions? There's 16 other sessions, dude. Come on."
I still feel bad about it. So I should have, like, my homework should be once a week going to check the comments on that and just apologizing. No. But I did for a while. But anyway, I gave up. So we went to Shadevale. Difficult homecoming for Erdogan because he had basically abandoned his post and fled because he was just feeling out of place. He was feeling that they were suspecting that who his father might be, and his father was not remembered well in Shadevale. So anyway, it was a difficult homecoming, but he faced his past and the fact that he had left and who his father was, and matron Elmira or Elmira, I can't remember. I think it's Elmira.
It's Elmira, yeah.
Elmira, okay. Matron Elmira was, hard on him, but also kind of gave him a chance for redemption and said, sent him to the boneyard to ask the trolls who lived there, who were a little more neutral, these trolls, what the orcs had given to the corruptor. And this had actually been in a one-shot that Matt ran. What was the one-shot called again, Matt?
I think it was just called Orcs of Skull Ridge.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yep. So Erdogan and the other provokers go to the boneyard. We fight a mastodon on the way. That was awesome. And
Dice lost his staff.
There was that. Yes. We get to the boneyard. We fought some skeletal saber-tooths there, and that was intense. And then we met this troll, and he, in sort of cryptic ways, and also through the use of a tea that gave us visions, gave us some information, and including the sword of power that these orcs had stolen and then given to the corruptor. And after that we headed back, and Erdogan was reunited with his sister.
Did you talk about, Nate? Did you talk about the visions, man? You should talk about your vision.
Oh, yeah. So in addition to the vision of the orcs having stolen this sword and given it to the corruptor, Erdogan also saw the corruptor as I think a younger man bowing before a statue, I think, of a woman, a goddess ostensibly, and what was it? What else was it? A pyramid in the desert? Is that right? Or yep. Dragons burning the Shadevale, and it's kind of a great battle with people riding on dragons, I believe. And yeah, I think the implication there was that that the corruptor was related to the evil of the dragons that had once kind of been a scourge on the land, and had probably also, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong here, caused the destruction of the old one. I can't remember.
Yeah, they had used dragons to kill the primordials, basically, and it looked as though this goddess was sort of directing the dragons to do that. So, and then the other important thing too that Erdogan saw was a silhouette of a one-armed man, which would come into play a little bit later on as well.
Yeah. So Erdogan is reunited with his sister Larawise when they return. She has become powerful. She's a druid, but she's also still sick with this disease called rot lung that had killed Erdogan's mother. Erdogan also, at that point, is reunited with his father, who is kind of been in exile and is now imprisoned, basically, for having dealt with the trolls before and was seen as a traitor. troll friend, they called him. And so he receives Erdon's father. I can't even remember Erdon's father's name now. I remember Lairwise.
Theris,
Theris.
Theris, troll friend, that's it. And then there is an attack, and at that point I will pass it off to Matt.
Right. So the the corruptor attacked Shade Vale, and this was very unexpected when it happened. It was a night attack by some orcs riding on bats, throwing alchemist fire down on the village, and the provokers ran from the hut that they were staying in, and saw that the corruptor was there as well, and so they battled the corruptor for the second time, and this time he had that god sword, this huge black blade with dark flames sort of wreathing the blade. And two very important things happened during this fight. The first thing was that Matron Elmira, who was played by Jenny from the Rogue DM, scored a critical hit against the Corruptor and knocked his helmet off with a well-placed strike from her bone blade, revealing that the Corruptor was not a monster or a demon or some disfigured lich, but was a man. A fairly normal-looking man with long, kind of graying blonde hair and a sort of haggard, gaunt face, but the look of someone that used to be quite handsome. The other thing that happened was Durgan tried to take this god sword. He grabbed the hilt of it and received a very striking, vivid image of that same pale-faced goddess, the same goddess that was directing the dragons, the same goddess that the Corruptor was kneeling before. That image has repeated itself several times. They managed to drive the Corruptor off, and I actually think that battle took place before they went to the Boneyard, and then they went to the Boneyard, and they tried to get back in time before the counterattack, but did not arrive in time. And when they got back, Shade Vale had been sacked. Not only that, but Matron Elmira had been killed. It looked as though she had taken dozens of orcs with her as she died, and a few spears had been required to bring her down, but she had been killed, and the Corruptor had written in her blood on the wall, "Death to gods and tyrants." And then they, like Nate said, they met Erdon's father. They defeated this orc known as Brokejaw, who was portrayed brilliantly by Lloyd, the Jarl DM, in the Orcs of Skullridge game. He made another appearance and was dealt with, and his jaw was ripped off. And then Durgan used a part of that jaw to carve Dice, a river bear statuette, I believe. But once they had done that, they realized that the to the troll tunnels, which had long ago been sealed up because there was some messed up shit down there. There was feral blood trolls, and blood trolls, you just don't want to mess with blood trolls. But knowing that Lairwise was down there, knowing that Mir Stonegaze, Matron Elmira's right-hand man, was down there, the Provokers delved into the troll tunnels and braved the darkness within. They fought blood trolls. They found a surviving watchman who ended up getting horrifically killed by a chain trap at some point down there. But eventually they found the survivors of Shadevale, and they found Lairwise, and they discovered that Lairwise was actually a very competent druid, and that she had developed spiritual nature powers, and that Mir saw in her the potential to be the new matron, and so he was sort of grooming her to succeed Matron Elmira, who had sadly again been killed. Now the Provokers then headed to Fulgrim, and I would toss it over to Juice, but he's still dealing with internet trouble, so I'm going to go ahead and toss it over to Barker.
So the exciting part of this whole thing was that we finally were able to recruit the elves as well as the dwarves. Like, I remember that being just a really, for me personally, a really cool thing that, like, we're now almost ready. Fulgrim was, I think, one of the best, one of the most fun sessions we've had, because okay, so it's a fishing town, but it was the only time since we got started being the Provokers that we could actually go to a tavern and just chill and have a drink and, like, recuperate. Brasswick was reunited with an old friend named Oldar Deep Digger, and he left the clergy, I remember, and found his path in the south where Fulgrim is, and he ran the church there. And Brasswick decided to help him, and he stayed behind. And that was kind of a nice, heartfelt moment where the 3 other Provokers left without Brasswick. But anyway, that's when we went to that tavern, which was called the Sunken Dock, and it was tilty and moving with the waves, and the beers were, the barkeeps were sliding beers down the bars, and they knew what they were doing. It was amazing. And at last we met a very important plot point, a one-armed man who noticed the Convoker ring on Durgan's hand and brought us back to his hut and introduced himself. His name was Emery Suresteel, and he used to be a Convoker alongside the Corruptor. We learned the Corruptor's name, Arundel Dawnbringer. We learn his history with Emery, that they fought in a war together, the War of the Broken North, that Arundel was deeply affected by violence, and he was never the same after the war. And he kind of, the second Convoker, Emery, left Eris to pursue, Emery went with Arundel to the south to pursue rumors. And Emery went with him kind of as a friend that was afraid for him, more than anything else. So he told us that their quest brought them into the Gavult Wilds, where an ancient temple called to them. And that's when Arundel went full Darth Vader and was claimed by an old evil power and succumbed to its manipulations. Okay, he was given this great power, but his sanity was fragmented. He wasn't himself. Emery tried to stop him, but it was too late. They had a big fight in the sky, and Emery got his arm cut off by Arundel, by the Corruptor. The only reason he's alive, I think, is because his griffin stepped in the way and sacrificed itself, which is awesome. And he's lived as a hermit ever since. And just in the middle of this wonderful, peaceful time in Fulgrim, learning about the story, the Hellscreamers that we met once in Stone Rift attack again. And this is when I will throw it. Nate's not here. I think I'm going to throw it to Tim.
So there was one thing I was going to mention that I loved about when we first got to Fulgrim that I think is really important. It was the first time the Provokers went somewhere and people didn't know who they were. We'd sort of built up this notoriety, but when we first got to the gates, and I think it was Dice who was like, "Oh, well, you know, we're the Provokers," and the guard said, "Who?" And that was such a cool feeling because we had just gone through all these epic things, talking to kings, and it was just really cool. So, anyway, I wanted to mention that. But so when we got to the point to where the Hellscreamers came, it was, to me, one of the coolest things about meeting Emery. And Matt, this is a testament to you. He never felt like an NPC to me. He was never just like, the guy you click on and follows you around and gives you your story points. Like, I always feel like he was a part of the Provokers for a little while. And so he lost his armor. And I thought it was kind of cool because the Provokers paid for him to get some gear, and he went super just normal, sturdy, basic gear. Like, just get the job done. And he was so grateful for it. But the Orcs of Skull Ridge were coming for Fulgrim, and Emery, being a Convoker, had more battle prowess and more, military experience even than our very own Nate. And so we found that our only hope with the Orcs marching toward us, we don't have an army, and there's no way that even the Provokers could survive, was to try to get the Centaurs of Bloodhoof Steppe to aid us. Now, the reason why that was touchy is because it was like a decade before that. They tried to take Fulgrim, but they had failed. So there was sort of a history there. But we journeyed into the steppe, and we're on our way. The orcs are days away, maybe even less. We need to go and talk to these centaurs who will probably try to kill us. And in the middle of that, in the midst of all that, we run into something that I don't think any of us expected. And Barker, you step in here anytime.
Okay, cool. So this was one of my favorite parts. I love every session. It's like the Harry Potter books, dude. Every session is my new favorite session. So I just really, one of my favorite parts about it. Juice is back. Awesome.
Trying it out.
Okay, cool. One of my favorite parts about this session was when Dice sees his old unit, the people he used to serve with, on the way to fight these allies in the Bloodhoof Steppe, these monstrous centaurs. The final allies before the Battle of Falhast, right? And so they find Dice's old unit, and it seems they've become mercenaries. They're no longer themselves, as in they're no longer the unit from Talmor or whatnot. They're just thugs, hired thugs. Dice sees his old boss. Okay, we're talking his old sergeant, who was constantly grilling him and telling him to freeze the meat and do all these simple tasks, and never never respecting his ability in a lot of different ways. And Dice, for so long, had been trying to get this Ioun stone to revolve around his staff. And it just wouldn't happen. This new staff that he was trying to carve, the staff just wasn't magical enough. And finally, he gets the Ioun stone. He just, in rage, he holds out his staff, and the Ioun stone zips to it, and he turns the damn staff into like a chainsaw, cutting up this dude's face after he punches him and knocks out his tooth. So that was a fun little scene. But after a while, he actually persuades the unit that was assaulting this centaur village to leave, to go away, right? And I punched my old commanding officer. It was wonderful. And then we meet a centaur named Timur the Undaunted. He's blind. He's a Khan, a ruler in the Bloodhoof Steppe, and his right-hand man is named Majin, I think. That's how you pronounce it. And we convince them that a glorious battle is what they need to regain their pride, as well as what the world needs to prevent the corruptor from absolutely destroying the Western Southlands. After great debate and great discussion, Timur the Undaunted unites his people and rides to war once again. And we fight an amazing battle. And to talk about that battle, I'm going to throw it to Matt, I think, because Nate's enjoying the pizza.
Of course, yeah. So the Provokers take part in another great battle, probably the biggest battle since the Battle of Demeter that they've been involved in, and that is the Battle of Lochbrunn. And the centaurs from the Bloodhoof Steppe come streaming out of the steppe, charging towards Fulgrim, and they slam into the rear ranks of the orcs, completely taking them by surprise. The orcs assumed that the centaurs were not a problem because of these mercenaries that had been hired by the corruptor's underlings. So the centaurs slam into the back of the orcs, and a great battle ensues around this lake surrounding Fulgrim, and Dice takes off. He casts Fly, and he just rockets off to take care of these Bat Riders. And Erdon and Durgan and Emery draw their weapons and run over to these mastodons that have catapults on their backs. So they're mobile catapults that can just move wherever and set up and fire. Mastapults, I call them. And they take out like 2 or 3 of these mastapults. At one point, Durgan has a bottle of some of the trollweed tea mixed with alchemist fire, and he creates weaponized hallucinogen, and he throws it, and all these orcs start seeing these crazy visions and freaking out, and they're fighting like a well-oiled machine. It's just super awesome, and the orcs kind of regain their composure and fight back a little bit, but getting sandwiched in between the walls of Fulgrim and the ranks of these massive sort of Clydesdale centaurs, It's just too much, and they start to falter, and the battle starts to turn in the Provokers' favor, and that's when the dragon shows up. The first dragon that the Provokers have ever seen, and the first dragon that has been seen in that area for decades, maybe centuries. And it's a young black dragon named Nvariath. And Nvariath comes down and completely changes the landscape of the battle. He lands in the water and just starts like breathing acid on the lines of the centaurs and the orcs, just not caring who he hits, just melting away these people. And the Provokers, of course, rush to fight this dragon. Dice, as he is charging towards the dragon, trying to help his friends, gets the acid breath full in his face. And his flesh melts away, his clothes burn away, he's horribly scarred and disfigured. He's a puddle by the time Durgan gets to him, and Durgan is horribly injured. And Durgan makes probably the most noble thing I've ever seen a character do in a D&D game. He turns around and accepts an opportunity attack with like 2 hit points left. Just insane. I've never seen anyone do anything like that, and it was a true testament to Durgan's character and also Tim's willingness to just get horrifically injured in Dungeons & Dragons. So he and Erdon take off, get to Dice. Durgan barely gets to Dice in time in order to heal him and stitches Dice back together with magic. Dice comes back from the brink of death, I think 2 death saving throws in, and he's alive but horribly scarred and disfigured, barely recognizable as the man he once was. And it's at this point that Emery shows up, and he draws his sword out, and he channels some of the divine power that he used to hold as a convoker. And it wounds the dragon, but he's just swatted aside, and the dragon actually destroys the bridge that everyone is standing on, and everyone dunks into the water. And it's at this point, when all hope is lost, that Brasswick returned, and there was this beaming light. It looked like the sun up above them in the water, and they managed to swim towards it and break the surface, and it was Brasswick, and he was healing his friends and rallying the forces. And together, the forces of Bloodhoof Steppe, the militia of Fulgrim, the Watchers of Shadevale, and the Provokers united and fought against this dragon and managed to wound it enough to where it decided to retreat. And so it did. The fallout of this battle was that Con Teemer, the leader of the Bloodhoof Steppe Centaurs, his back had been broken, likely swatted by the dragon that he was fighting. And his last wish was that he would get inside the gates of Fulgrim. That had always been his wish ever since he was young. He wanted to take Fulgrim. He wanted to step within the walls of Fulgrim. And so the Provokers helped him in. They took his weight and carried him into the walls of Fulgrim, and that's where he died in there. It was at that point that the Provokers, with Brasswick reunited, and the survivors of Shadevale headed back to the Wayward Wanderer, and I'm going to go ahead and toss it over to Nate.
Yeah, so the Wayward Wanderer had changed quite a bit since our last time there. There were refugees from all over the place, which, you know, there had been a fair amount there before, but now there were more of many different kinds and races, and there was a gathering of military force from several places. And we found out that this place had become a sort of a bustling hub of activity that they were starting to call New Brook. And the military commanders, I guess Turl and Mere Stonegaze, Balrock Hornhelm, and others, Rian and Rorge, the owners of the Wayward Wanderer, were all kind of organizing and trying to figure out how to launch, a defense of the Western Southlands against the Corruptor. So the Provokers kind of jump in and say, okay, let's do this, and we begin to plan, and we realize we need to get to Falhast, and we need to get there quickly because the Corruptor's armies are approaching. So we decide that we are going to use this ring of teleportation to aid us in that. The Corruptor, or the Corruptor's horde is nearing, so we decide that we're going to try to ride hard and fast and get there, drop the stone from the ring, and then teleport the rest of the forces who are gathered here, hopefully. Unsure whether it will work. But also before we leave, I think we see Keenra again. Is that right? And we get some new armor. And Dice also learns some fancy new tricks, and he is showing the mask right there. So yeah, that was something that. What is this? Tell us about this here, Dice.
So I don't know if I can't remember if we mentioned it. This has been only now have I realized how epic this campaign has been. And so there's so many little facets to it. And one of the things was when we were in the troll tunnels, Dice found a small vial of what looked like Terminator 2 liquid metal, like mercury or something like that. Later he found out it's called Missourium, and which sounds better if you say Missourium, which is a dumb joke. I
thought that was great.
Okay, good. It was for you, Tim.
Hi, thanks, man. You know why? Because I'm from Missouri. And
I'm from Missouri.
We mine that metal right up in there and make Cobra Commander masks. That's how we live.
Anyway, so Dice is actually taught. He's taught how to control the Missourium, which is very potent when around people with psionic abilities. And so Rianne actually guides him into controlling the metal, and using it he's able to create anything. He can manipulate it into whatever he wants, and he decides to turn it into a mask to cover up what is now his completely Deadpooled face. And this is the mask that he chose, very plain. And yeah, but yes, Nate, you're absolutely right. You totally met with Keenra and got some new Star Steel armor, which, yeah, Tim got some, Nate got some, Brasswick got some. Dice is way too cool. That's so yesterday for Dice.
Yeah, Dice was like, I got this mask now. I'm going to ride off and not care.
That's exactly what he did. He had Linkin Park going in his earbuds. I mean, it was a great moment.
Crawling in my skin.
Anyway, our goal was, yes, like as Nate said, to teleport the entire army to Falhast to help in its defense, but we had to get the stone there, and we had to get it there quickly. So the Provokers ride off to Falhast, and then once we get there, we do some pretty interesting stuff. I think, Tim, you're up next.
So this was an interesting session, because when we get to Falhast, we split up. This is a huge deal, because you never split the party, especially this late in the campaign. But Dice essentially was going to go ahead of us to try to warn the soldiers in Falhast what our plan was, so that we can get aid and so that they can prepare. And so you got Erdon and Durgan and Brasswick, and we're going to try to find a way into the city. Now, Matt did something that I was never expecting at all, and it was, I think, one of my favorite twists of the campaign, and it was an interesting character moment for me. The Corruptor was at the Oasis. And it was an interesting character moment for me, because I think that I reacted in the same way that Dice reacted when he saw his commanding officer. You know, one of the things we didn't mention in the recap, it was a detail that was important, which is Durgan changed his oath to essentially stop the Corruptor. That was his oath to his deity. And so when Durgan saw the Corruptor there, and it was this kind of like weird biblical moment, I think. Like, you know, Arendel's there, and he's washing himself in this oasis. He's got this city that he's sieging. It's, I don't know. But the instant that Matt got the words out of his mouth, when we were like, oh, who is it? He's like, no, you recognize this person. You know, I think that before his sentence even finished, I was like, I attack. And there was an awesome fight. It was an incredible fight. I think that it shows how far the Provokers have come because the Corruptor has only grown in power. And Erdon, Durgan, and Brasswick just trounced him. Like, just working together, one to another. You know, it was not just ragtag combat like we've seen before. It was strategy with brothers in arms. And I want to throw it back to you, Barker, because as that's going on, Dice gets into the city, and he's successful, and we get one of the no, not the Ioun stones, one of the stones from the Ring of 3 Strides. Many strides?
3 strides, because there's 3 stones.
Perfect. And so part of the army teleports in there. And then, you know, after our battle, the Corruptor escapes, and some of the Wing Riders grab me, grab Erdon, grab Brasswick, and they start taking us towards Falhast. And, you know, a battle is going on. The barbarians start to get driven back. But in the midst of all that, in the midst of what's happening in the world, what's shaping the future of the realm, I think something even more powerful was happening. And I'm going to throw it to Barker.
Now, you know, the army had been teleported in, and the battle's happening all around. And as the battle, we start winning. Over time, the battle begins to shift in our favor. And Dice, a long time before, had told everyone that he actually had a daughter in Falhast, and therefore was kind of committed to getting there for personal reasons. Never mind the fact that the fate of the entire known world depends on the defense of this one city. He has a daughter there. It turns out it's not actually his daughter. It was his wife's daughter, his wife Meredith, from her first marriage. And Dice was her second husband, and she died in the service of Talmor. She was part of the guard. And one day, her river bear came back empty. I think that was part of Dice's vision in the troll, in the boneyards. He remembered that, and yeah, the river bear came back without a rider. And so Holly, who's his stepdaughter, after she died, immediately went to Falhast with her real dad. And so Dice was left alone and didn't know what to do. Joined the military, found the Provokers. And but he saw her fighting, and this is as the battle's dying down. She is just cranking out these crossbow bolts left and right, taking down all of these, you know, orcs and wild men of Gevalt. And as the battle kind of finishes, Dice, who's been spending his entire campaign trying to get to this one point, goes up to her and doesn't reveal himself as her stepdad, and instead tells her that her stepdad Aaron had died, and that he told him, right, to give her this letter and the D20 that Dice had rigged to always roll 20s, and had weighted it. And so she read the letter, and I feel like she kind of knows. I feel like she kind of, maybe not knows, but has this weird idea. But
I'm so glad you said that. That's canon now.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
That's how I felt,
I don't know, though.
But I didn't want to project, and but okay.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I'm not going to make that call. Like, at this point, that's totally Matt territory. But, you know, I've always imagined Holly as being a smart person. And anyway, Dice walks away, and then I will turn it over to Matt to kind of showcase the finale of the end of the Battle of Falhast, and where we're going to go from this point.
So the battle at Falhast had been won, seemingly. The Corruptor's army had sort of pulled back and retreated, but what they didn't know is they're going to run into the rest of the army that didn't teleport into Falhast because they were marching towards Falhast. So effectively, the Corruptor's army has been dealt with, but the Corruptor didn't seem at all concerned about that. In fact, the Corruptor wasn't even involved in the battle at Falhast. He was just kind of chilling, like Tim said. And at one point, while they were fighting him, he seemed to realize something and told them that they were already too late and flew off. And so the Provokers kind of reconvene along with Emery after the Battle of Falhast, and Erdon kind of remembers that crumbling pyramid that he saw in his vision, and he remembers it being out in the middle of the desert, and he kind of looks out into Sonageist, this sprawling desert of black glass that's out beyond the walls of Falhast, beyond the city of 1,000 spires. And they kind of realize that the Corruptor has an end game. The Corruptor still has a plan. He's not fleeing because he lost. He's fleeing because there's something else going on. And so the Provokers grab these hang gliders, these sort of magically enhanced hang gliders that have these pendants that are connected to the plane of air and allow you to create your own gusts of wind and stuff. And they take off into the desert. Erdon, Dice, Durgan, Brasswick, along with Emery, all suit up. And I think Emery was strapped to one of you guys because he only has the one arm. I can't remember who, but he was strapped to one of you. And as you all flew out into the desert for the final confrontation with the Corruptor, and that is where we're going to be tonight. Okay, so it sounds like, unfortunately, Juice is not going to make it back in here. It sounds like his internet is completely out. That is a huge bummer. So what
Juice,
we're gonna do?
What would WWJD? What would Juice do? And I think he would have us take the torch and carry it and go ham, man. Go heavy in the paint.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's a bummer, but we have almost 90 people watching right now, and yeah, we got to do it. Hopefully he can jump back in. Hopefully he can get in here, but until he can jump in, we're just gonna go ahead and go forward, not keep you guys waiting anymore, and we'll just go ahead with it. So hopefully he can jump in here. Okay, so here we go, guys. Session 17. This adventure, like countless untold numbers of other adventures, began in a tavern. And every adventure has an end. 4 strangers, unknown to each other and in many ways unknown even to themselves, met in that tavern, drawn together by a common plight, united by a desperate cry for help, and together answered a call for heroes. And heroes, by all rights, you all have become. But your journey is not yet over. The black dunes of Sonageist flash beneath you. As you fly through the hot, dry wind, your lips are chapped. You can feel the sand kicked up into the air, the grit in your teeth blowing into your eyes, and yet still you persist forward. And if you wonder or worry how you're going to find the Corruptor in all of this infinite expanse of desert in front of you, that worry soon leaves you as you see on the horizon flashes of dark purple light and red lightning licking across the sky. Perhaps it's a mirage. But as you draw closer, you realize that it is all too real as you feel the static in the air, as you feel every hair on your body stand on end. And as you feel unnerved, a sense of dread as you have never felt before, as you see a magical storm on the horizon in front of you, crackling its blood-red tendrils across the sky. Dice, as you're flying, what are you thinking? What is going through your mind? What do you say to your companions over the buffeting wind as you draw ever closer to the final confrontation with the Corruptor?
Finally, peace is behind him, and adventure and danger and perhaps horror at the sight of this storm is in front of him. And he will look with his placid mask to Durgan, Erden, and Brasswick and say, last one there is a rotten biostag. And he just flies as fast as he can directly towards the bleak storm and attempts to beat his friends there. Does he know I said bleak storm? Sorry. Does he know what this is?
If you'd like to make an Arcana check, you can, Dice.
Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm going to make an Arcana check to see if I can apply my meta knowledge to my character. If not, no worries. Bro, that's a 25, man. This bleak storm's name is Jim. Okay?
And he owes me money.
He owes me money.
Jim. This is Hurricane Jim from Aeronaut 2014, man. Woo!
So, Dice, you are aware of things called bleak storms, and the thing in front of you matches their description, but you've never seen one before. You've only heard of them.
Then I would say Dice's grip tightens around the reins, I would assume, of this construct flying thing, right? He finds it easier now that he doesn't show his face. He finds it easier to pretend that, he's not afraid, or pretend that he has more courage because, he doesn't have to show his facial expressions. So, but anyone that would look at his hands would see the tight grip that he has upon this glider.
So as Dice zooms forward, Erdon, what are you thinking? What's going through your mind?
I'm remembering our encounter with the Corruptor in this kind of little wooded area outside the city, and I'm filled with rage, the same rage we all felt as we battled him there, and I am eager for another encounter, for another shot at him, and I am confident that this will not end well for him. This must be our final encounter with him. I'm also remembering as we go the faces of the people in Falhast and the faces of the refugees in Newbrook, the Wayward Wanderer, the faces of my elven kinfolk as we fled the Shade Vale, made our way through the tunnels, and I'm remembering why we're doing this.
Durgan, what about you as you see Dice zoom forward?
As Dice zooms forward, Durgan looks at Brasswick and says, "The air is not where I'm at home, but I'm not going to let some half-elf beat me to the punch." And as sturdy as these these gliding machines might be, Durgan is a hefty dwarf. You know, he's stout, he's strong, and so I think as he would sort of push his weight forward, these have pilots, right? There's people that are flying us.
You guys are actually flying them yourselves.
Okay.
They gave you a very brief tutorial on how to use them, and you guys are flying them yourselves. And Durgan, just for a reference, I believe that Emery is with you. That's what Jaren says in the chat, but I'm not sure. But we'll say that Emery is basically have you ever seen tandem skydiving?
Yep.
Like Emery is just hanging from you, basically.
Yeah, I love it. And so I think Durgan would push, and sort of Emery's silver hair, or would just push into Durgan's face and nose, and Durgan's pushing forward to no effect. He's got two people on this glider that's made to carry one probably human. So he's like, oh, and the glider's just doing its normal thing. Durgan notices the red lightning, and everything fades away for a moment, and he thinks of his dad, because his dad, just working in the lightning repositories of Stone Rift, he was a man that was born to handle lightning, and he loves it, and it's ultimately what blinded him. And Durgan just thinks to himself that he wishes his dad were here to see it. And as terrifying as it should be, Durgan looks at it with reverence, realizing that this is a different kind of lightning, but understanding that all of these things in Aeronoth have their place, and that even though this seems to be an unnatural occurrence, he can still see the natural beauty in it.
And as you're sort of admiring this, Durgan, Emery, who is strapped to you, kind of turns his head and yells over the buffeting wind. "We should approach cautiously. I believe it's a bleak storm."
Aye, it does look very bleak.
No, a bleak storm. And a storm of arcane energy. A tear in the fabric of this plane.
Oh, aye. Well, and the whole time it's that tandem jumping, screaming over the wind, like, "Well, what should we do?" It's that, and Durgan does. He kind of looks down to Emery. He's like, "Aye, well, what should we do? Do we fly into the eye of the thing, or do we avoid it?"
Try to fly under it if possible. That's the only thing I can think of.
And Durgan looks to Dice and to Erdon, and he kind of does the...
And Erdon kind of nods and tries to dip down, but kind of dips down too steeply, and actually does like a flip on this thing, and kind of catches himself and just has this look of terror on his face as he now is a little bit lower, but is still flying straight.
And Dice, what about you as Durgan calls over the wind that we need to go low? Or no, he just mimes to you, go down.
Dice is doing a kind of a roller coaster corkscrew straight down, his cloak kind of billowing out behind him like Harry Potter on a Quidditch pitch, and he's just gonna, right when he reaches the bottom, he's gonna try to veer up right before hitting the ground to kind of steer himself under the bleak storm to where things will be perhaps more safe.
And as you continue forward, and as you as you dip lower, sorry, there are people just fighting in my parking lot right now, and I'm hearing yelling.
Are they duking it out?
No, they're just yelling. They're like getting in each other's faces right now. I'll keep you updated.
Yeah, I want mine.
Yeah,
I want a transcript.
If it gets really good, I'll grab my webcam and I'll put it over here. So,
10 million views.
Yeah, as you as you we'll get the most viewers on this episode. As you guys descend and head towards the bleak storm, you see a structure down below you kind of start to peek up over the horizon. It's a triangular structure. And Erdon, as soon as you crest these dunes and you see it in front of you, your mind flashes back to that vision, and you remember this thing. You remember the shape of it, the strange sort of cycloptic sort of architecture of it, the crumbling sides, the top that is sort of dilapidated and fallen over. And you see this thing, and you know that you've found it, and that every facet of your vision has come to pass. And as you fly towards it, and it gets closer, and you see this bleak storm raging above you, and as you fly under it, the sun is blotted out, and it's dark instantly. It's like night, lit only by the flashes of the red lightning that are licking at the sky above you, crackling in the air. And as you approach the pyramid, you see the silhouette of two creatures standing atop the pyramid. One is a feathered winged beast, black and deadly looking. You faced it many times before, the Corruptor's griffin. The second is the Corruptor himself, tall, broad-shouldered, armored, his graying blonde hair flowing in the wind that is cycloning around this pyramid. In front of him, he has the God Sword, wreathed in this dark flame. This flame that you now see is the same color as the bleak storm raging above you. And he has this sword stabbed into the top of the pyramid, and he's gripping it tightly, hunched over it as you approach. What would you like to do?
Erdon at this point has tunnel vision. First is the pyramid. Everything else fades away. And the pyramid from my visions is all I see. Then the figure on the top, the Corruptor. The pyramid disappears, and now it's just the Corruptor. I see him, and I quickly snap myself out of it to look around to make sure my companions are still close. And I head straight for the Corruptor, seeing them with me. And I'm not sure how long it would take me, where we are, or how it's all going to work here. But my goal now is to leave my glider and to launch myself at this figure. I would draw my sword, probably wobbly on this thing as I'm trying to manage the glider now with mostly a hand or a hand and a half. And I'm going to let the glider go, and when I get close enough to think that I can launch myself at him.
Awesome. So first off, take a point of inspiration. And secondly, you dive towards the pyramid, and Dice and Durian and Brasswick, you all see it as Erdon just tunnel visions on the Corruptor and dives towards the pyramid. He unstraps himself from the glider and drops, drawing his sword out. You see all of this, and as he's plummeting towards the Corruptor looks up at you, Erdon, and locks eyes with you, and you see his eyes are blazing with that same dark purple light that is wreathing his sword, that is raging in the sky above you. This light is streaming from his eyes, and he opens his mouth, and the light comes from his mouth, his entire face just lit by this purple energy. And he simply points. And as you're plummeting towards him, sword drawn, I imagine probably having some sort of battle cry utter from your lips as you leap towards him, a shape moves in front of you and blocks your path, slamming into you. And you realize that the griffin has taken flight as a reaction and has slammed into you, attempting to defend its master. So, you may make an attack, but you are attacking the griffin.
Okay. So I slash out with my longsword, or my scimitar rather, and one of those is definitely not going to hit, and the other one is a 25.
The 25 definitely hits.
Okay, and that will be 11 slashing damage. And so the griffin, it surprises me and makes contact with me, and I almost hug this thing as I just slash into it, and in midair.
Awesome. Boys, let's go ahead and roll for initiative.
What?
And I just started Boss Battle 2 from Chrono Trigger on my headphones. So if anyone wants to listen along to what I'm listening to while we run this battle, it's Boss Battle 2 from Chrono Trigger.
Ladies and gentlemen who are placing bets in the chat for who's going to die first, not only am I known for killing off my characters, but my first die roll of the night was a 1. So
Oh no! My first was a
not trying to
20.
hedge any bets.
Oh,
My first one was a 20, and I had rolled far. Like it went, and I was like, "Oh, wow, this is a long roll." And then, bam! I was like, "What?"
All right.
Oh wow!
So we have Durgan, Erdon, and Dice. That will be our initiative for the remainder of the campaign. So,
Oh wow! What a weird thing.
Yeah. So Durgan, I think for the first time ever, go first. It's your turn.
Right? He would immediately look to Dice, as we're watching Erdon just like unstrap this thing like a backpack. Just like, I would turn to Dice and I would shout, "What's our play?" as Erdon grapples with this griffin in the air, and I can just imagine the griffin using its legs to just claw at Erdon, just scratching his armor and trying to just rend him. So, yeah, I would look to Dice and I would say, "What's our play?"
And Dice would respond with, "The same thing our play has always been," and in a way directing towards, "Let's kill this bastard."
So, Durgan nods and smiles, and he leans into Emery's ear and he goes, "Hang on." And I'm not sure how to fly this thing, but I'm sure that I'm going to try to fly it into the griffin. So essentially, I'm no good at this, but I'm trying to get as close as I can to that griffin. And while I'm half flying this thing with Emery hanging, I'm going to ask that he essentially unsheath his sword with his one hand, and he's like my little turret gunner.
Awesome. Yeah, he'll cover your 6.
Yeah.
So what I want from you is a dexterity check, just a flat dexterity check.
Oh, really?
Yep.
It's the price of going first, baby.
I know. It's a 7.
So you dive towards this griffin that is now tangled with Erdon. Emery follows your lead, draws forth his sword with his one good arm. But as you approach the griffin, as you get closer, you kind of start making your adjustments too severe, and you just clip the side of it and careen into the pyramid below you, crashing into the top of it. Go ahead and take 2 bludgeoning damage as you hit the stone and the glider sort of crumbles around you. You hear the membrane of the wings just snapping all around you, and you're sort of covered up with it as you hit the pyramid.
And I think that since we're still sort of, I would imagine, are we still strapped together, Emery and I? So as we're rolling, and Durgan is just flat on his back, and Emery just not used to this sort of thing. I could just imagine us laying on top of Durgan like, Durgan's like, "It's okay. It's okay."
Yep, that's what I meant to do. All right, so that was Durgan. So Erdon, you are up. You are sort of entangled with this griffin. You're no longer on your glider. You're detached from your glider, but you're sort of hanging onto this griffin midair as it's flapping its wings and sort of scratching at you. So it is your turn.
Okay, so if possible, I'd like to make an attack at it, and then I don't know if I could use my move after that to try to like basically launch myself off of it onto the ground, like
Absolutely, yeah.
to get away from it. So I will attack it one more time before trying to detach myself, and that will be one of them is a crit, and the other one is a 20. Yep, a 20.
Yeah, they both hit.
All right, so let's see here. So the crit will be 18 slashing damage, and the other one is 7 slashing damage. So a total of 25 damage. And after that, I essentially just try to maybe swing myself off of this griffin or from under it or something like that to make as soft a landing as I can, heading back toward the corruptor, hopefully, realizing that he is the higher priority.
Yeah, and as this bone scimitar, this blade of your father, cuts into the griffin and its blood sort of trickles down, you hear it screech in your ear and it kind of rears back from you in pain, allowing you to drop from it. And you're not high up enough where you're going to take some damage, but you sort of drop to the pyramid, go to your knees, and you look up and you see Durgan and Emery in a heap off to your right. And you see the corruptor just standing there holding this sword with the light streaming from his eyes, burning like fire from his eyes and streaming from his nostrils and mouth as he's standing there holding the sword.
Mm-hmm. And I would yell over to Durgan and Emery, "Are you all right? Can you still fight?"
Aye. And, I would imagine Emery would just cut the harness, and be to his feet almost instantly. And Durgan would sort of be rolling up like, "Aye, we're fine. Tonight's the night we kill that beast."
Right.
Awesome. Dice, you're up.
Dice is going to take advantage of this time when Erdon is clashing with this griffin to kind of swoop underneath this battle with the griffin directly towards the pyramid. What kind of pyramid is it? Am I imagining like a Mayan type of thing or like an Egyptian pyramid of Giza?
It's very similar to like a Mayan pyramid where it's not like hard edged. It has some different sort of shapes going on, and there are stairs leading up to it, but it's high above the desert. Like it would take you an hour to walk up the surface of this thing, and you're at the very top of it.
Very cool. Well, Dice is going to attempt to... If I cast Featherfall, I can't really cast another spell. So he's going to attempt to land on top next to where the Corruptor is, jumping off of his griffin to do so.
Okay, so would you try and like fly low enough where you could just sort of hop off, or are you going to try and do like an aerial maneuver?
Yeah, it would definitely be low enough so he could hop off, but he's still coming in quick, so he can't be stopped by any other griffins that might be around.
Yeah, so go ahead and give me a dex check to try and do that carefully.
Come on, baby daddy. Okay.
Come on, baby daddy.
Come on, baby daddy.
Not baby.
16.
16? Okay,
Is 16 all right?
You maneuver around the griffin that is sort of kicking off of Erdon. You maneuver around, fly low, and sort of unharness yourself from the hang glider and land on the top of the pyramid safely.
Awesome. The staff that Dice is holding is the Ion Stone is careening around it in front of him, pointed at the Corruptor, and ready to cast a spell whenever possible.
Great. And as the three of you land, Brasswick loyally, faithfully flying in. He lands like a little bit farther down on the pyramid, sort of coming up too low, bringing himself up, and he makes a successful dexterity check and sort of lands, unbuckles himself, pulls out his axe, pulls out his shield, and starts trudging up the stairs after the Corruptor, and will be up there next round. And he says something Brasswicky like, "I'll be right there, guys, hang on!"
No, he looks at Durgan and kind of shrugs it off like, "Oh, I made it. You didn't." That sort of thing. That's what he did.
Yeah, like I didn't crash, but you did.
Durgan, get up, you lazy dwarf.
Nice landing, Durgan.
Now, as the four of you are landing along with Emery, like you said, Durgan, he just stands up, draws his sword, and he looks at this man that he fought alongside, that he helped train. He looks at the creature that was once called Arendelle, but is now something totally different. He sees him for the first time since they battled long, long ago when he lost his arm. He sees what he's become. He sees the light streaming from his eyes, and he knows. You see the look on his face. You see that he realizes that there's no Arendelle left. And as he draws his sword, he comes forward and he says, "Arendelle, this ends now. Drop your sword. Surrender. You're surrounded. There's no hope for you now." And the corruptor kind of turns his head and looks at Emery, and there's a brief moment of recognition as he sees Emery, as he realizes that he is still alive. And he says, "No, you have no hope. I have taken it from you." And he continues holding the sword. And when he speaks, you hear that his voice is even less human now. It has grown deeper and has more octaves to it, if possible. It sounds like multiple voices speaking when he speaks, and this purple flame sort of belches forth from his mouth as he speaks. Okay. The griffin circles around, and who would be closest to the corruptor at this point? I would say probably either Dice or Emery right now.
I would assume Dice and Emery are probably the same distance, but Emery might be on a different side of the pyramid talking to him.
Yeah. So I would say that the griffin kind of circles around, diving at you, Dice, seeing that you are close to its master. And it takes a swipe at you with its claws, dealing 6 slashing damage as it just sort of just kind of darts past you, and you feel its claws rake into your back through your robes.
Fine.
And the corruptor, holding the sword, starts speaking some words. And purple balls of energy flare out from the blade of this sword and fly outward, striking each of you for 5 force damage as he casts Magic Missile. Alright, that brings us back to Durgan.
Standing probably now maybe 15 feet from Emery, Durgan sees the corruptor before the energy and before all of that, and when fighting the dragon, there was just a small amount of acid that had splashed on Durgan's eye, and as he was embodying Tritherion, the acid that made a scar kind of over his eye a little bit actually shaped it into a rune of pursuit at the time. And that scar is sort of faded, and as the corruptor speaks, it begins to almost look as though it is infected. The corruptor has become so powerful that even his words are just a blight in the air. And you can see that tiny rune of pursuit, that scar over Durgan's eye, splits open just a little bit and starts bleeding. Just the faintest trickle of blood. And Durgan falters for a moment. And as he sees the corruptor, something feels wrong. And the feeling he had when he charged him at the Oasis and was going to rip his head from his neck is replaced with this odd just feeling like something's off, but he snaps out of it. And he immediately hurls Storm's Reach at the God Sword, attempting to shatter the hilt and knock it out of the pyramid.
Awesome. Give me a roll with Storm's Reach.
Here we go. Come on, Stormy. I swear on a stack of Bibles on top of my daughter that I just rolled a 20. Another 20.
A stack of Bibles on top of your daughter.
She can breathe. They're light. They're paperback.
That's actually what they do in court now, is they have a young child in the hand and then about 2 or 3 Bibles stacked on top of it. That's what you swear upon.
Do you swear upon this baby who has just been changed and fed? But yes, it is a natural 20.
That's amazing. That is amazing.
Yes.
So,
hand to God. Hand to Tritherion.
Go ahead and roll damage for me.
Okay. Rolling damage for Storm's Reach. Hold on, I gotta get my spreadsheet.
I laughed. It was muted. I gotta punch in my algorithm.
12, and then lightning damage. 18 damage.
So, Storm's Reach flies towards the Corruptor. And everything seems to slow down. Everything comes to a standstill as Storm's Reach, flipping end over end, lightning crackling around it, Durgan behind it having just thrown it, this rune on his face reacting. And the hammer spinning end over end, mixed with the wing beats of the griffin. And as Storm's Reach strikes the blade, there's a moment of silence. And then a thunderclap. A sonic boom splits the air. You can hear nothing else except this cacophonous sound as 2 ancient magical weapons collide, surrounded by the energies of the bleak. And it's like 2 magnets of the same polarity coming towards each other. And everything around them is hurled into chaos. Purple energy bursts forth from the blade, enveloping you. You can feel the heat of it. You can feel the static energy of it. It's not painful. It's something else. It's something you've never felt before. It's the feeling of pure magic flowing into your body, flowing around you and into you. Durgan, you're standing in a field. The birds chirp. A falcon flies overhead, crying out as it searches for mice and rabbits. It's overcast, and there's a fine mist, a curtain of fine rain just kind of working its way over the plains, and you can see for miles in any direction. There's small hills and gatherings of trees here and there. As you look around, your boot kicks against something, and you look down and you see a giant coin in the mud. The coin is smeared with blood. And the sound of Storm's Reach, end over end, flying towards the Corruptor, fades into something else. Shing, shing, shing. And you realize someone behind you is sharpening steel. It's the sound of a whetstone against a blade. What do you do, Durgan?
I'm not alarmed. It's as though I knew this person was behind me, but they had just made a noise after a long silence. And I look down at the coin, smeared in blood, large. It's a giant coin. And I turn, and I say, "This is perfect. It's just like it was that day." And I speak to this person as though they were there when my first adventuring party, my friends, my comrades, we set off into the world, and we were going to be adventurers, the likes of which Aeronoth has never seen. And it wasn't 4.5 hours after that hill giants ripped us all apart, and I was the only one that survived. And this day is exactly like that day. It even smells just like it's going to rain, but then doesn't quite.
And as you speak, Durgan, and you turn, sort of taking all of this in, realizing where you are, you see that the sound is emanating from a young but rugged-looking man, a human man, but something different about him. His features are unlike anything you've ever seen, unlike anyone in Aeronoth. And he's sitting upon a stout boulder, one leg kicked out in front of him, bracing his body weight against the boulder. And he has a massive sword in front of him. You see that there's also a spear leaned against the boulder. There's a dog, a large hound, laying in the grass in front of him, sleeping soundly. The man has golden hair with red in it. And he looks at you, Durgan, and he smiles as he's running the whetstone down the blade. And he says, "You remember then? You haven't forgotten this place."
I don't think I'll ever forget it. But the details change in my mind as the days go on. It seems more normal than I remember, just a day. But I remember it.
It was the first day you sought me out, Durgan. Do you remember?
I think it was 2 places that my skull was cracked. Maybe 3 if you count the smaller fracture, but I remember I had almost choked on one of my own teeth. And I don't know why they left me alive, or if they even did it on purpose. I do remember the coin that they flipped. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe I lived because of the toss of a coin. But I remember that my dad, he was never a devout man. But when he would go into the repository, I do remember that on an especially difficult day, he would say, "Well, may try to and watch me." And it didn't mean anything. He didn't follow you per se. But I just remember spitting blood and not being able to see clearly, knowing that I was going to die in that field before anything even began. And I said what my da said. Probably just because I had heard him say it so many times. I didn't even know that I meant it. And I don't remember. Do you remember? Did I say it out loud?
You did, Durgan. You said exactly as your father would have said it. Weakly, quietly, with the last of your strength, but I heard it. We always hear it. But we don't always answer. You had a bigger part to play, Durgan. You were needed in the coming battle. He finishes running the whetstone along the blade and holds it up, and he checks the straightness of the blade. He checks it for nicks. And as he's sort of checking the blade, the falcon that was hunting up above circles lower and lower, and it lands next to him on the rock. And he reaches out and puts a finger under its chin and pets it. And he says, "Never forget this day, Dargan. Don't let vengeance cloud retribution. They're two very different things. One of them nicks the blade, dulls the steel. The other hones it, makes it sharp. You have to be honed, Durgan. You have to be sharp. If you seek vengeance, if you seek revenge for yourself, it just eats away at you. Tell me, Durgan, is what you're doing restoring balance? Is it justice?"
And the giant's coin is now the corruptor's crumbled helmet. And this doesn't surprise Durgan. And he walks over to it, and he picks it up, and looks into it. And he holds it up, obscuring his field of vision of his deity, and then moves it down so he can see him again. He says, I'm getting retribution. I mean, that's what it is. It's because of all that the corruptor's done. Because of everything that he's torn apart. Everything he puts his hand to, he tears apart. He did it to my damn city. Stone Rift has always had a canyon in its center, but it's never had a fracture. I want revenge. It's what you want too, isn't it? Isn't that what this is all about? You've given me this power. Now let me use it. I can stop him from ever tearing anything apart again. Let me serve you the way that you are meant to be served.
The man reaches over and grabs the spear next and lays it across his lap. And he nods to you, Durgan, and he says, I gave you the power, and I want you to hold on to it, and I want you to keep using it. But when you strike a killing blow, make sure you're not doing it for yourself. Make sure you don't forget today. And he looks around at the surroundings. And he smiles at you, Durgan. And you feel warmth, and you feel peace. And you feel questions that you didn't even know you had being answered. As a god smiles at you. And he picks up his whetstone, and he begins to run it along the edge of the spear. Shing, 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 shing. The sound of the whetstone against the spear turns into the sound of a blade against wood. Erdon, you see your mother's hands, delicate yet strong, graceful, but incredibly skilled, as she runs a small, sharp dagger against a twig. And as she scrapes off the bark and straightens the twig, she holds it up and sees that it's straight, and she sets it beside her. She locks eyes with you, Erdon, and she says, "Now don't dally, Erdon. These arrows need fletching. You're on feather duty. Come on."
I'll never make them as good as you, Mother. Why don't you just do it yourself? And I kind of look in the dirt, and I'm just kind of distracted, and just kind of daydreaming.
She kind of chuckles and sets the knife down, and she leans forward. Just because you think someone else is better at something doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. Just because someone might step up doesn't mean you shouldn't. You should always do what you can, Erdon. You should always help. Now, as for why you should do it right now, because I need your help, and because I'm your mother, and because I told you so. So please, start fletching.
Of course. Sorry. All right. And I begin, I pick up these wooden shafts that she has carved, and I begin fletching. Still kind of slowly and distractedly.
You're sitting outside with her, sort of in the front yard, for lack of a better term, of the hut that you share in Shadevale. But you're kind of set off from the main settlement a bit, and so it's quiet here. You hear the birds in the trees, and you hear blade wings above you cutting through the foliage. And whenever they fly overhead and the bladed tips of their wings cut a path through the dense canopy, twigs and leaves fall. There's thunder rumbling in the distance. Storm is coming. You can smell it in the air. Your father's already taught you to look for signs of shifting weather. And you can smell the rain. Storm's coming, Erdon. Quicker than we anticipated.
Yes, I can tell. We should find cover. Are we, where's Father? Where's, Larawise?
Larawise is safe. You've seen to that. Your father, though, he's out there by himself. He's alone. He's always preferred being alone, Erdon, but that's not the way it should be. He set out to do something very important. But he might need your help before the end.
Of course. I can help. I mean, I think I can.
Of course you can, Erdon. You've done so much. And I'm so proud of you and the man that you've become. She reaches out a hand and touches your face, Erdon, and you realize that you're not a child. You're a man. You're grown up, and your mother has been dead for many, many years.
And I kind of realized this and snapped back to it, realizing this is not just a memory. This is something more. And I say, Father, need my help. I know. Mother, don't leave. I miss you.
I miss you too, Erdon, but I'm not actually here. You're going to ask yourself if this is me, or if it's something else, if it's the magic here taking something deep inside of you and making it real. The answer is somewhere in between, and it's as real as you want it to be. You've done great things, Erdon. Greater than anyone else here in Shade Vale. But your fight is not over. And as much as you'd like to rest after all of this is done, you have to keep going.
I will try my best to do my part, to make you proud. You were always so strong. I will try to be strong.
You are, Erdon.
You should see Lara Weiss, Mother. There's still illness, but she is strong. She is so strong.
She will be a great leader one day. She will need you too, Erdon. Don't forget that. As strong as she may seem, she's still your little sister.
Of course. And I actually take some of the arrows and I just kind of marvel at the straightness. And I take one and I stick it into my quiver. And I feel for my bow on my back. I say, I'll do what I can. I'm not alone. There are so many who have proven to be so strong. I am one small part. But there is strength in the darkness, too. The darkness, and I remember the eyes of the corruptor, the blackness of the blade, the darkness. And I just shake my head and close my eyes, trying to shake those visions.
There is, and there always will be. But you will never be alone, Erdon. You will always have family, and you will always have friends, and you will always have me. Now, come on. The storm's coming. We should get this stuff inside so it doesn't get wet.
And I gather up the work we've been doing and carry it into the hut.
The door of the hut slams behind you, Erdon. And Dice, you wake up. You're in bed. You feel the heavy quilt that your wife has stitched hanging over you. You love the weight of it. You can feel the stitches against your skin. You've memorized where the different patches are, where the different pieces of fabric are. And you feel it against you as you wake. You're not sure what's woken you until you sit up bleary-eyed in bed and realize that one of the winds coming off the marshes has slammed one of the shutters on the window shut.
Aaron will look around and gauge his surroundings, assuming he's back home in Talmor.
You are. There's a small fire from the previous night sort of dwindling in the hearth.
Knowing that the winds come up in the very early morning, Aaron lets out an immense yawn and throws the heavy quilt reluctantly off of him and gets up, throws on a shirt, and goes to the hearth to perhaps stoke some more flame out of it.
You move up to the hearth and you pass by one of the windows that is paned with bottled glass. And as you catch your reflection in the glass, you see that your face is as it appeared many years ago. You see the full head of hair and the unmarred skin. And as you move to the hearth to stoke the flames, you feel something grab you from behind and tug you close, and you realize that Meredith has grabbed you into a hug. She wraps her arms around you. "Good morning," she says. "I let you sleep in. I hope that's okay."
His jaw is set and his arms are in the air, but for a split second before he engulfs her in an embrace, whispering, "Is this a dream, or have I just woken up from one?"
She gets a strange look on her face. Some of her dirty blonde hair falls in front of her eyes and she sweeps it behind her ear. "Does it really matter either way, Aaron? You're here now."
He touches his face and he feels the stubble. And he asks, "Am I dead?"
"No, you're not dead. Not yet, anyway. You're someplace else." "And you're nowhere. You're just here, with me. And this won't last forever. Nothing ever
Why didn't you
does."
come back? What happened?
Nothing extraordinary. Nothing out of the ordinary. I just died, Aaron. I was a soldier and I died. And I'm sorry that I didn't come home. And I'm sorry that Holly was taken too.
That was fair. That's the law. I mean, there's nothing I could have done about that, and that wasn't your fault.
It was wrong. Rast never loved Holly like you did. Never loved me like you did. You were the better man, Aaron. You still are.
You don't have to tell me that twice.
I'm glad you know. Why didn't you tell her?
Why didn't I tell her what?
Why didn't you tell her who you were?
I did tell her who I was. I didn't lie to her.
No, you didn't lie. You were never good at lying.
That's true also.
You always had a mask, Aaron. You always hid just a little bit. That was something I always liked about you, is I always felt like there was more to learn and more to see. Every day with you was like an adventure. Exploring, finding new things. But you still
And
have
Dice.
that mask, Dice.
Oh, go ahead.
She said you still have that mask, Dice. And she calls you Dice.
Dice feels the winds come again and maneuvering around him, and he knows that this moment isn't long for this world. And he nods at her comment about the mask and reaches up and touches his face once more, and he starts to begin to feel it there perhaps again as the blending of this dream world begins to combine itself with reality. But before he goes, he says, I'm going to continue that adventure for me. And he says, because everything has to come to an end, as he looks around at this scene that's about to come to an end. And he says, it's what we do after that matters most.
She nods. And the scene around you begins to swirl and fade, Dice. And as the hut that you shared with Meredith all of those years begins to disappear once again, and the hearth darkens, and you see in the window to your left, you see that again that metal mask is over your face, and you feel the cold of it, and you feel it envelop your face. She reaches up and her fingers brush against that metal, and she says, everything does come to an end. But I'll be there at the end. I'll see you again, Aaron.
I'll see you, Meredith, over the hill, or someplace, underneath some cool tree.
I'll be waiting. Dice, you blink and you're somewhere else. The landscape is warped and blasted. There's heat and cinders blowing against your face, and you look to your left and you see that Erdon is standing beside you. And Erdon, you look and you see Dice. And you see Durgan, and Brasswick is standing there. The 4 Provokers standing on a hilltop. And before them, Aeronoth burns. And there's a woman standing there, overseeing the destruction. Dragons wheel in the sky before her, breathing death upon the land. Her face is pale. She wields the God Sword, wreathed in that dark flame. Beside her is a creature, a frail, gaunt, pale creature. Its long hair is lank, cascading down its back, greasy, dirty and unwashed. He's garbed in rags. And this creature turns and looks at the four of you, and you recognize its face. You've seen it many times. This is the Corruptor. And he stands at the feet of this goddess, this pale-faced woman. And he shies away from her stare. She turns, and her dark black eyes fall upon you. And that is where we will take our first break.
Awesome. That was cool, Matt.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was really cool. That was awesome.
Now
I was
that
not
we're
expecting that, and it was awesome.
now that we're all emotionally drained,
Perfect.
I was wondering if it was something like that with Tim. His poor daughter has that cough, and she just coughed and threw up a little bit, I guess. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so this is a good time to take a break then, so he's able to clean it up and take care of it and come back, and we'll check in with Juice as well and see how his internet deal is working. But we are going to take a quick break. When we come back from the break, we are going to show you the map of Aeronoth. I'm very excited about this. Nate just finished it. I'm super excited to show you guys. It's so awesome. And please stick around. We will be right back. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in.
Yep.
Here's the hidden message. Since Tim is busy cleaning up baby puke. This message brought to you by Barker. Lloyd. That's right. Lloyd Collins, the Jarl DM. I don't believe you actually watch the intros and the middles and the break times of these games. So, if you do, in order to prove it to Barker, your male lover, I want you to type in the chat, Papa wants a ping pong ball. If you do, well done. If not, the world cannot conceal you from all my wrath. Also, the pizza is pretty good here in Tim's basement.
Okay. Back from the break. All right. How's everyone doing tonight?
Good, man. I'm
I am,
excited to see that map.
Yeah, I am too, man. Well, I mean, I've seen it. I'm excited to show it off. Whew. A bunch of people are asking for Provokers trivia. We can maybe do a couple. I don't want to take too much time doing that, though, just because the recap was literally like 45 minutes. But we can do a couple.
Yeah.
If let's see if I can think of one.
What was the last session where Matt was clean shaven?
Hey, that's a good question. Now, I don't know. Man, it was a while ago because I've had like stubble for a while. So what do you mean by clean shaven? Do you mean like baby face, or do you just mean like no beard?
I mean like either baby faced, peach fuzz, or just like it's not shaved, but it's not a beard, but it's not a beard.
I don't know the answer to this. Mike the Piper says session 12. I'm gonna go to the playlist really quick and look.
If only all the thumbnails had your face. Some of them have ours.
No, I know, but I spread them out, man. I always like to feature other people in the thumbnails.
You're a nice guy.
I am a nice guy. All right, let's see here. Session 12. That's the one-armed man. No, I have a beard in session 12. I super duper have a beard.
You have a beard in session 4.
Session 4, I have a beard.
Yeah, it's like I would classify session 4 face as beardy face.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think I've always had at least stubble during the Provokers. Well, okay, so session 1, I definitely don't have a beard.
No, yeah,
Session 2, I don't. This is the dumbest conversation. Session 3.
It's pretty dumb.
It looks like I don't. Okay, I'm tired of looking at my own face. So.
All right, yeah.
What about? Let me see.
Oh, who did Nate pick to play his character if the Provokers were a movie?
I don't even remember.
Oh, I remember this.
Remember?
I remember.
I'm gonna type it in our chat.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, I remember that.
Oh man, was it really?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. You're a egotistical.
Mm-hmm. Anthony Kiedis from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Is that his name? Is that his name? No.
Let's see. No one's answered it right yet. Yep. Okay. Sean DeGaiso got it right. Hugh Jackman, and then Cronus D. Greed got it right too.
Yeah, huge Jackman.
Hugh Jackman.
Yep, it was Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman. All right, let's do 2 more trivia questions before we unveil the map.
Okay.
Nate had one before I interrupted him rudely.
What did we find in the other than weapons from Stone Rift? What did we find in that temple or whatever it was after we fought with Migrog?
That's a good question.
I remember.
And I'm not looking in the chat, so.
The secret recipe for trollweed tea.
Trouble. Lumi just says trouble. You found trouble. That's right, Mosby, we did.
No, the dirt was in the Temple of Gefion.
Yep.
Yeah. We did find an elemental stone that was used immediately. That was one of the coolest things, like, ever. Make it the water elemental and the earth elemental fighting, and
that
it was
so
like,
cool.
Yeah, that was really cool. Erosion, it was neat.
Daniel Johnson, I was thinking of the ring. Is that where we found the Convoker ring?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
Kristen
But I
Logie
think
just
we also found coins. I think Cronus is right there.
And you guys also found the scale, Keenra's actual scale there in the temple as well.
Yep.
There was all sorts of good shit in that temple, man. I just dumped it all in there. Nate, are you rocking a hot and ready too, man?
I am, yeah.
Dude, awesome.
Yeah, got some cold cold and steady, as you call it.
Cold and steady, hot and ready, cold and steady.
We got it for lunch
I call it
today.
lukewarm and standing by.
Yeah, lukewarm and standing by is my favorite Barker joke of all time.
That's too good. That's too good.
Just goes to show how terrible my jokes are.
Oh, buddy.
It goes to
that
show
took-
you that you're 45 minutes drive from a Little Caesars.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true, man. If I want a hot and ready, it's got to be. I got to eat it at least an hour and a half. That's all I get. I never have it hot or ready.
Tim, is Evie doing okay?
Yeah, she's asleep again. She's been coughing, like, only at night. And so, long story short, it was really good. I have this, like, all-natural, like, it's like guava nectar and honey. It's like this cough syrup. We use that. That's our go-to. We do a little Vicks, and we diffuse some essential oils, and that's been helping a lot. And, dude, wouldn't you know it, I'm sitting here, I missed Barker's entire thing. I was so sad.
It was basically me making animal noises.
Oh, good. River Bear. Oh, that's why they call him the River Bear. So I hear she sits up. I'm muted, and I hear her start coughing. And I know when she sits up, it's bad. So I'm looking, because I have a video baby monitor. And so I'm like, and she's like, and then the sound. And I'm like, I was like, oh no. So I run in there. First thing is I have to get her out of her jammies, run her under the shower, get her good, and then we've got, like, because she was doing that, like, once a month, which is weird. Anyway, I've got, like, a backup bed kit. So I just, like, I pulled it off, balled it up, threw it, started the washing machine, and then I just flipped the mattress because it's got the plastic covering. I just flipped the mattress, wiped it off, made sure it was all good, and then new bed clothes, and she's sleeping soundly now.
Dude, that you just went into super dad mode.
I super did. I was like, I'm not going to miss the rest of this game. I was like, if I have to hold my puking daughter and play from the bathroom, I'm finishing this tonight.
You Rainbow Six with that dad.
Well, I appreciate the tenacity there, Tim.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, we're going to share the map of Aeronoth now. I am looking at it right now, and it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It's so cool. What's gonna get you, I think, is seeing over 17 sessions just how little of Aeronoth we have actually seen in this campaign and how much more there is. So, I'm gonna go ahead and share it now. And after the game, I will also share it to the Fistful of Dice Facebook page, so if you want to get a clearer look at it and actually take your time and look at all of it, I will post it up there. Again, this was drawn by our very own Nate Vanderzee, sellswordmaps.com. Check it out.
Holy
This is
nuts.
Aeronoth. I almost just burped. Oh, God. I
Man.
almost went. This big moment, you guys. I almost
It
just
looks
went.
so
This is Aeronoth.
All right, can you make sure that okay, okay. Make sure yours is clicked or something.
Mm-hmm.
That is my favorite map that you've ever made, Nate. This is absolutely phenomenal.
It's so
Thank you,
good.
man.
It's
I mean, I sometimes tell people every map is my best because I'm just learning more every time. So, thanks. I'm glad it came out well. It was really a pleasure collaborating with you, Matt, on this, and just what an awesome thing to be a part of this campaign and be mapping this world. So super cool.
Yeah, that's something that's really special for me. Is like, I wanted someone other than me to do the map because I can draw a map, I can get by, but I can't.
You can.
Nate, you're just, there's something about the way you do it, man, and you put so much into it and so much love, and to have a player in the campaign actually do the map, like you have explored Aeronoth, Nate. You have seen as much of Aeronoth as I have, and so that is really cool for me to do that. So a couple things I want to point out, and we'll zoom in and we'll look at some different areas here. But this area right here, can you guys see my mouse?
Yep.
Yeah.
This right here is the Western Southlands. This tiny little, like, 10% area of the entire landmass is where the Provokers have been. So let's go ahead and zoom in on that area here. So this little tower here, that's the Wayward Wanderer. That's where everything started, right here. And Brook is somewhere over here, and Falhast is up here. You can see Shade Vale is right here. That's where Eredon is from. Stone Rift is in the mountains over here. That's where Durgan is from. They've journeyed to the Bloodhoof Steppe and gotten some centaurs. You can see Gavalt down here, which is where the barbarians came from, where the Corruptor became the Corruptor, right? And over here is Sonageist, where we are right now, and you can see little ruins and things like that, little crumbling pyramids and buildings. That's where we are right now, is in Sonageist. So that's pretty cool that we've seen so little of it.
Yeah, that's my favorite part. 17 sessions. We've traveled what seemed to be across an entire landscape to get to multiple empires of people to fight a war over a large city, and after 17 sessions, that's not even 1/20th of the world? Yeah. That's amazing.
Exactly. Something else kind of cool here. Here we have Bardoth and Talmor. These are the kingdoms that Braswick and Dice are from, respectively. So Braswick hails from the kingdom of Bardoth, which is a hill dwarf kingdom, and Dice is from Talmor, which is this marshy area right here. So that's pretty cool. You guys were neighbors, Dice. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, man. We chilled out. we used to hang out every Tuesday, unless his internet wouldn't freaking work.
Yeah, exactly. And those of you who have been following the channel for a long time might recognize this little place up here. This is Karn. This is when we first delved into Aeronoth, when I ran my Sundered Throne campaign, my Pathfinder campaign, like 3 or 4 years ago now at this point. So that's where Karn is right there, which that's pretty cool as well. And that Karn took place about 100 years before the Provokers campaign. So that was a while back. It was prior to the War of the Broken North.
A little known fact that a lot of people don't know is that anyone from Karn is called a Carney.
That's right.
There you go.
The Carnies.
Oh.
I love the pity. Oh.
Some other cool things here. We have Viator, which is the floating isles. This is where Eros is, and Eros is the city where the Convocation is located. So Convokers come from these floating islands here off the west coast of this northern subcontinent, which is called Verglas. That's what these two things are. There's two subcontinents of Aeronoth that are connected by this isthmus here called the Throats. There's Verglas, which is the northern continent, and Ostros, which is the southern continent. Some other cool things. Keld down here is the only jungle in Aeronoth, so that's, far down south. Keld is down here. Thales Reach is kind of cool because Thales Reach is where Tila and I ran our first one-on-one campaign. It took place on Thales Reach thousands of years before the Provokers. Tila was playing one of the first generations of humans to set foot on Aeronoth. They came from a far distant land, and the character's name was Dia Firstlander because she had descended from the first people to land on Aeronoth. So that's kind of cool to include that in the map. That's kind of special for me.
And where is that one more time?
What's that?
Where's that one more?
Reach, right here. This little peninsula here.
Oh, that's really awesome.
So this is where humans first landed on Aeronoth, like just millennia ago, was on Thales Reach here. Now they're the prominent species here, so. Also kind of cool, the Charwood. This is what ended the War of the Broken North. Charwood was once a thriving forest, much like Shade Vale, and the Convocation burned it down in sort of a last-ditch effort to end the war and defeat the forces of Karn from, taking over the rest of the North. And it sort of stands as a testament to the Convocation's shame for having taken it a little bit too far. So But yeah, so that's the map, guys. This is Aeronoth, and this campaign may be ending, but you can see that there is so much more to Aeronoth. There's so much more to explore. There's so many more places to go and so many more things to do. And so this is far from the last time that myself and these fine gentlemen we will be exploring Aeronoth. And we're going to talk a little bit more about the second campaign after all of this is wrapped up. So a couple questions in the chat. We have a question here about where Falhast is. Falhast is right here. You see there's this little kind of pass through the White Crags. Falhast is sort of in there, and Sonageist is out here. So Falhast is sort of the last little vestige of Gwyn Tarad before you get out into the wastes of Sonageist. So yeah, and this is a regional map. That's something important to point out. These are regions and provinces. This is not. There's no real like cities on the map, so to speak, except for like Ocelot is a city, Stone Rift is a city, obviously. But this is a zoomed out map of Aeronoth. So, all
Killed
right.
it, Nate. Killed it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Such a good job. Such
Thanks
a good
to
job.
Matt and also to Tim for consulting with me and giving me some advice, and you guys were super helpful in just helping me hone it and pointing out things to tweak, and so it was also collaborate with you guys.
Tim was a great resource during this whole process because he understands designing and graphics programs more than anybody I know, and so it was really good to have him helping out with that. So thank you, Tim.
Yeah, dude, it's just an amazing thing to have. First of all, I got to see it while Nate was working on it, which was amazing. But to be able to just have the chat open and watching you and Nate like, hey, and then this is called this, and I'm gonna call these mountains this. I'm like, dude, I'm the one who's lucky.
Absolutely. And we got a couple other questions, by the way. Barker already answered that question, so I'm not going to answer it. Vivis was in the Shade Vale. So Skull Ridge is an orc city inside Shade Vale. It's sort of it's like a what's it called? An enclave. It's a city with a different culture within a province that is predominantly controlled by. So it's like an orc city in the middle of an elven province, basically. So yeah.
If you want to know a little bit more actually about mapping and actually about Nate's mapping techniques and such, we actually had him on Roll Up and Die this week, our RPG podcast, and that episode is going to go live tomorrow. So you'll be able to hear Nate talk intelligently and hear me talk, say the word poop like 19 times.
So on Tuesday. That is also a good thing to mention, is that if you're interested in drawing a map and coming up with your own world, Nate is actually featured in one of our books. We have a small RPG publishing company, and at AbsoluteTabletop.com, you can get Be a Better Campaign Master, and the first book is about building the world, and Nate's art is all through it. He walks you through drawing a map. So from beginning of book to end of book, if you want to touch what he just did there's step-by-step instructions.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks guys, and that book is amazing. I didn't get to see it till it was finished, and I've used it and love it. In terms of
I've used
the
it
world
too.
stuff from Barker. Yep.
Awesome. All right. Well, yeah, thank you again to Nate for making that map possible and for just doing the hell out of it. It's so awesome, and I can't wait to use it for more games. And I mean, it'll be appearing in all of the Aeronoth supplements in Absolute Tabletop from now on. And again, like I said, I will put it up on the Fistful of Dice Facebook page so you guys can take a closer look at it and actually spend some time looking at the different areas and things like that. So, so let's get back to it if you guys are ready here.
Ready.
So, Tim, I know you stepped away, but the last thing that you saw before we broke was a vision of Aeronoth burning under Dragonfire with that same pale-faced woman standing overlooking it and a gaunt, disfigured creature crouched below her, and you all witnessed this together and realized that the creature was the corruptor, emaciated, gaunt, serving his master, maybe a possible future for the man that was once Arendelle Dawnbringer. As the dark eyes of the goddess fall upon the four of you, Dice, Eridon, Durgan, and Brasswick, a chill runs up your spine. You feel that immense power. And then you're back. You don't know how long you've been gone, but you feel stone beneath you. You start to regain your senses. You blink your eyes, and you realize that the bleak is all around you. There's purple light, like an aurora in front of you, wavering. Red, blood red lightning forks across the sky. You can't see very far in front of you, but it's apparent to all of you that you're floating. The pieces of stone beneath you are floating on currents of magical energy. The pyramid has exploded, and you are riding the debris on a river of arcane energy as it cyclones through the air. You all spot each other on separate pieces of stone. You see Brasswick coming to his feet, grabbing his axe as he shakes his head and tries to get his bearings. You see Dice, his metal mask still in place. You see Erdon with his blade and his bow coming to his feet. And you see Durgan without his hammer, but still confident as he holds up his mitts. As the four of you come to and stand and get your bearings, you see a fifth figure. He's on a piece of stone not far from you, hunched over, breathing heavily. The breath that comes from him is unnatural and unnerving. You see purple wisps of smoke coming off of him, the residual bleak energy. It's the corruptor, but there's something different. There's something wrong. The corruptor stands, and you see his face is disfigured. One eye is sealed closed, his face sort of almost melted. The hair atop of his head is coming out in patches. He looks down at his hands, and you see claws where there used to be fingers. And he looks up, and his eyes, aflame with that purple energy, with that bleak energy, bore into you as black feathery wings unfurl from his back. Somehow, the magic of the bleak melded the corruptor with his griffin mount. They are one creature now, melded together unnaturally through the chaotic magics of the bleak. He clenches his clawed fists, beats his wings, and he screams in agony. And as he screams, this purple light emits from his mouth. The pain, the scream is one of pain, but it's one of rage too. And he beats his wings in the air, a disfigured creature amid a storm of magic. What would the four of you like to do?
I think just soak that in for a second is what we're all doing.
Wow.
First of all, let's just jump into the meta really quick. That's fucking dope. So, killer job there, Matt. Dice holds his staff up and looks to Airden.
And Erdon drops his sword for a moment to grab an arrow from his quiver and knock the arrow on his bow, and nods back at Dice.
Someone in the chat just said, "Bring me my brown pants." It got me. But yes, Dice stands ready next to Airden, and seeing Airden's gaze, Dice feels a little more resolute. After just coming out of the vision, he repeats to himself what he heard in that vision, what he said in that vision, that all things must come to an end, and he mutters, "It's what we do from there that matters."
And I look to Durgan, and what is Durgan doing?
So, Durgan whispers to himself, and he looks at the two others, not sure if they were somewhere else or if he's just standing on this floating piece of pyramid and embarrassingly just lost time while his friends somehow survived. But he thinks, and he says, "Tritherian, help me." And he holds out his hand, and he is calling Storm's Reach to it. And in this arcane energy, he is hoping to do so in a way that causes it to strike the Corruptor as it's coming into his hand. Or whatever that thing is now. The Corrupt Fin. The Griffruptor.
The Griffruptor.
The Griffruptor. Cannon.
Cannon. The Griffruptor.
The Gryffindel.
Oh, I love it.
So as you reach your gauntleted hand out, Durgan, and you call out to Tritherian, who you just had a very pleasant conversation with, and will the hammer to your hands, nothing happens at first. So you do the whole, like, I'll just reach harder. Like, you reach out a little bit with a little bit more fervor. And you see a shape coming towards you through the bleak. And it's coming end over end towards you. And I'd like for you to just roll a d20 and tell me what you get.
Hold on, it fell on an 8, but it just went. Oh, that's better.
Did you just say on a live game. I just rolled an 8, but I'm going to go ahead and re-roll.
No. It dropped. Like, it didn't roll. It went. And I don't know. I didn't count it as a roll because it didn't roll. It just went. Like, it literally just fell onto an 8. Well, even better. I rolled a 7. So I'll take the 7.
So, Storm's Reach doesn't strike Arundel, but it flies past him and it comes to your hand, Durgan, and you feel its heft in your hand. And you look at it and you see that the Corruptor's helmet is no longer on there. It's been broken off, shattered when it struck the sword. But you do see something else. Shards of metal embedded in the hammer's surface. Bits and pieces of that god blade shattered when Storm's Reach hit it, and they're now embedded into the hammer.
Ah! Dude, that's so good. That's just good news all around, right?
Ain't nothing bad about that.
That would be what I would be doing if Erdon looked.
Wait, what would you be doing? Like, hey, good news.
No, that whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I forgot about my...
Yeah, you were like, what would Durgan be doing?
Yeah, okay.
No, that was
20 minutes later.
Yeah, that
20
wasn't.
minutes
Yeah,
later. Yeah,
that's
what a
a
carny.
Tim turn. What a carny. No, that wasn't me saying like, hey, it would be cool if your character noticed me going,
Yeah. Okay. Seeing this, Erdon is going to, seeing the hammer fly by, try to take advantage of perhaps the distraction of this hammer and shoot a couple arrows at the Corruptor.
Okay, go for it.
I loose one arrow that will roll under my desk, kind of, but I'm going to slide it out slowly so I can see what it was. That is a 16 to hit.
Does not hit.
Okay. And my second one, I quickly pull another one, and as I knock it, pull it back, I notice this one looks a little different. And it comes to me that this is the arrow that I just fletched somehow. This arrow is straighter than most. It is perfect. And I feel, I guess, a new strength in me as I pull this arrow back as far as I can, knowing that it is the arrow that my mother made. And I roll with advantage, and that's going to be a 21 to hit.
21 hits.
Okay, and 5 damage.
It's a +7 arrow of Griff-Ruptor slaying. Thank you, Erdon's mom.
The arrow that you fletched with your mother, again, you're not sure. Like you said, Erdon, you're not sure how this is real, how it's in your hand. That was just a vision, a fragmented memory pieced together with the energies of the bleak, but somehow it's in your hand, and somehow it's being drawn back, and somehow you loose it, and somehow it strikes the Corruptor, and he wheels backwards in the air as the arrow strikes true, and you can see that distinctive fletching on the end of it. And he cries out again in pain, and that purple light emits from his mouth as the arrow sinks past the plates of his armor.
Mm-hmm. And as it strikes, I hear the and I hear a voice in that instant. You must do what you can. My mother's voice.
Absolutely. Awesome, man. Take
That's
a point
awesome.
of inspiration. All right. Dice, you're up.
The world has changed over the past many months, and Dice can't get that vision that he just had out of his head with Meredith. And he begins wondering, if only for a moment, at the end of the vision and at the beginning of this new horrific, far more real one, he wonders why he's doing this. Is it for him? Is it for Holly, who we just met the other day? Before that, the Battle of Falhast. Before that, discovering New Brook. Before that, fighting an entire battle with new allies. The Centaurs of the Bloodhoof Steppe. Before that, having a drink, I suppose you can say that, with Durgan. That's what it is. He remembers just then, at that moment, that drink, that conversation he had with Erdan in Stone Rift about how they were going to do everything they could to get Erdan back home. And then that first initial conversation he had with Brasswick, just after they first had met, when he showed him his Tome of Ilmater with all the writing in the margins, all the spells. And then back at the beginning, at the Wayward Wanderer, where all this started, and he says, "This is for my friends." And he fires a vitriolic sphere directly at the Griffruptor, and Griffruptor needs to roll a saving throw, a dexterity saving throw, spell save 16.
I got an 11.
Okay.
Fell on an 8. Roll it again.
It fell on an 8. Roll it again.
For the record, even if it falls and doesn't roll, I re-roll it, even if it's a 20. All right, I'm done.
No, dude, I'm with you. I was just giving you crap. I totally see it, but I just needed the explanation.
Yeah.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I swear to God, I rolled damage before because it's 10d4 damage, and I only have 2 d4s, and I didn't want to spend this whole time rolling dice, so instead I guess I wanted to spend this whole time explaining it to you.
That's perfect.
So,
That's perfect.
Before I rolled damage, and I got swear on the stack of Bibles, 31.
Dang. So first off, I am a huge fan of making your rolls prior to your turn. That's totally cool if you guys ever want to do that. I'm going to tell you now during the last 20 minutes of the last session. Secondly, please describe what that massive amount of damage looks like.
So, I would imagine that the acid that comes seeping out of this staff reminds Dice of his newly found ability after the dragon attack. The dragon not only melted Dice down to near bone, but it took out the staff. It took out the river bear that Durgan had carved atop it. That's completely gone. But it infused this level of acidic, awful magic inside of the staff, and it comes seeping out of it, and almost like rivers of acid, minuscule rivers of acid flowing up the staff shaft, and then combining at the top and exploding outward in a black, void-like explosion that hits the Griffruptor, I would assume, directly in the chest. And you see Dice's face as this is happening, and you see just the chrome Missourium mask reflecting the black and violent action of light that's happening in front of him, and you can almost see the menacing, fierce eyes beneath that mask.
Awesome, man. Yeah, and the acid slams into the Corruptor, and you see the plates of his armor, which have kind of fused with his flesh. They've kind of melted into his flesh. You can see feather and flesh sort of peeking out from the plate. You can see the metal sort of melting away and dissolving as the acid just eats away at him. Awesome, man. Okay. My turn. All right. Okay. The Griffruptor, beating his wings to stay hovering in the air, puts his clawed hands together, and a swirling sphere of this purple energy with crackling blood red inside of it, he begins to coalesce the bleak energy that's surrounding him between his hands. And then he simply points his fingers out, and streaks, rays of bleak energy find their ways to all of you, striking you where they hit for 14 force damage each. And the force of this energy just it scorches your flesh, but it feels cold at the same time. It's unlike anything you've ever felt. You see Brasswick takes a ray as well, sort of dropping to his knee a little bit as the ray hits him full on in the chest. He then beats his wings, folding them against his body, and he streamlines himself, reaching out with his claws, and he flies towards you, Durgan.
I'll take a mulligan.
What's that?
Sounds stupid.
What'd you say?
I said I'll take a mulligan.
A mulligan is a golf term, Matt, which means a do-over.
No, it's a Magic the Gathering term, which means you draw your opening hand again with one fewer card.
No, because if you're cool enough, you don't say mulligan, you say mull. So.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever.
Richard Mull from Night Court.
Exactly.
I take a Richard Mull from Night Court, starring as Bull.
Can someone in the chat please do the Night Court music, but in text?
Yes, that would be great.
Why do I even play with you guys?
The
Griff Ruptor comes flying towards you, Durgan, and you feel the talons that have replaced his fingers just cut through the star steel armor that you're wearing, and you feel them find purchase on your flesh, raking across your chest for 12 slashing damage. Okay. It's back to you, Durgan. The Corruptor is right on you, floating in front of you.
Just a quick reminder, Matt, that the Griffraptor takes 14 more damage at the end of his turn because of the Vitriolic Sphere.
Thank you.
And then that's it.
So, for the first time since they've done battle, Durgan can finally see what the Corruptor has always been underneath the beautiful visage. And for an instant, Durgan remembers the conversation with his deity. And essentially, the thought crosses his mind, that's not what I want to look like when this is all over. And understanding that revenge is for himself and vengeance is for others. In this instant, he realizes that perhaps the Corruptor's life isn't his to take. And blurring the line between revenge for himself and what he suffered and vengeance for others, he subdues the Corruptor. He doesn't strike to kill. He doesn't strike to shatter the face like he has desired to for some time now. But instead, he reaches out with glowing hands to subdue. And essentially, what I'm doing is I'm reskinning my smite as melee attack. Instead of using Storm's Reach to do that, what I'm essentially trying to do is subdue him by I think I would probably grab his head and just put the palms of my hands on over his face and just attempt to so I don't know how you want to do that.
I just go for it, man. Honestly, this is the last session. You guys do it big.
All right. Okay, so 17?
17 to hit?
Yeah.
Does not hit.
Okay. And what I imagine is this divine power, this smite, this ability. The rune of pursuit glows, that has scarred my eye, and I imagine that it almost fizzles against this arcane, bleak magic that is so potent that it just can't work.
And you actually see Durgan, as you're this close to the corruptor in this form, you see that it almost looks like he's cracking. Like there's purple light sort of shining out of these like hairline cracks going up his face and up his arms. You see that he's literally sort of overloading with this bleak magic that's coming out of him. Okay, that was Durgan's turn. It's Erdon's turn. And Erdon, you see you've just been hit with this ray of energy, and the Griffruptor just darted through the air and slashed across Durgan's chest.
Mm-hmm. Right, so I immediately just kind of nimbly leap to the side to get just the best angle I can at this creature's flank. And I'm just going to loose a flurry of arrows as quickly as I can at this thing using my action surge. And it's going to be a 24, a 23, a 14, which will not hit, and a 25. So I assume 3 of those hit and the 1 did not?
Yeah, that's 3 hits.
Okay. Yep, and then... Here. Oh man, that's really good. I got an 8 and an 8 and a 7 on my d8s here. So that is 10, 22, 32, plus 1 more. That is 40 piercing damage as just a flurry of arrows into its flank.
40 damage. Damn, dude. I think that's the most damage that Erdon has done.
It might be.
On a turn. Wow. Yeah, those arrows just pelt into him. And you actually see he starts to lose altitude a little bit, Durgan. I know it's something in the chat got him. He starts to lose altitude as those arrows just pelt him. And you look and you see Erdon standing there with his bow at the ready. All right. Erdon, is there anything else you'd like to do? Try to move, anything like that?
No, I think I'm good where I am.
Cool. Okay. That was Erdon. Dice, it's your turn.
Dice looks to Brastwick and kind of gives him an assuring nod. Brastwick has undoubtedly seen the wounds that we've taken so far in this battle, and he's kind of letting him know that he's about to go in the fray. And them heals, though. So he will take a leap off of his perch and try to propel himself toward this creature. He's done. He's done messing around. And if he can reach him, you said just, do it. Go crazy because it's the last session, so I'm gonna do that. Dice is going to try to swing onto the back of this creature, holding staff out in front like he's choking the creature, the Griffruptor, with the staff. And he's going to try to be able to do that.
Okay.
So I'm going to roll one of these 20-sided dice. Oh, that rolled off the table. Oh, nuts. Okay, 9. So, how far are we above the ground?
You're not sure. You can't see the ground. You're surrounded by the storm.
Okay, so then I'm assuming that next turn Dice is going to cast Fly.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, because you just kind of plummet.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay. That was Dice. So, Brastwick is going to... what can Brastwick do?
Dude, Matt, that's a sick beanie.
Thanks, man.
I love the wash on that thing.
Yeah, it's got a little gradient.
am personally a fan of how it can't contain the monster that's underneath it.
Yeah, I like how my hair is like.
Exploding outward. But you know what that means, though, man? That means that pretty soon that hair is going to be long enough.
I know. It's already ridiculously long. I don't know when was the last time you guys saw it, but so Brasswick begins. He kind of twirls his axe and kind of like does a little breath, and he's going to charge off of his sort of spinning rock, spinning piece of debris. He just kind of and he lands on the next one, just barely kind of sliding. He digs his axe into the rock and pulls himself up, getting up onto it. He's kind of hopping across them, trying to get closer to you guys who are fighting the Griffruptor. Okay. Speaking of the Griffruptor, it is his turn. I'd like everyone to please give me a Constitution saving throw, please. DC 15. Okay, so anyone who got 15 or less, you're going to be taking 15 thunder damage. Erdon, you're going to be taking 8 thunder damage. Now, you're all also pushed off of your stones as this happens. Except for you, Erdon. You managed to keep your footing. So, Durgan, you are pushed off of your stone as the corruptor just roars, and this bleak energy comes out of him in a wave and splashes against you. Durgan, you barely get your Storm's Reach up in time to try and deflect it, and you're flung off of your stone. Erdon, you get hit with the blast, but you manage to keep your footing. And Dice, you are also hit with the blast as you're falling, and it sort of propels you faster downward as this wave hits you. Brasswick is too far away to get hit by it. That brings us back to Durgan. So Durgan, what I'd like from you right now is a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, that's my best one, so. Okay. Here we go, boys. This might be it.
You're a lucky son of a bitch, Tim
Am
McCarney.
I?
Yep.
Oh, I rolled an 11.
I know, 10 is what I'm looking for. As you're falling, you sort of, the wind's buffeting you. You see this bleak energy all around you. A fork of blood-red lightning crashes in front of you, and looming out of this storm, you see another piece of the pyramid just kind of floating, and you reach out your hand and you barely grip onto the side of it, and you feel your shoulder as you grab onto it, all of your weight tugging on your shoulder. You're going to take 5 bludgeoning damage as your shoulder dislocates as you grab onto this piece of stone. But you're alive, Durgan.
Yes,
You're alive, and that's what matters.
That is what matters.
Now, it is your turn, Durgan. What would you like to try and do? The pieces of stone are not stationary. They're floating up and down, side to side, with no discernible pattern. So if you would like to try and hop and try to get to different pieces, basically just treat it as movement, you can let me know, and I'll tell you what you need to roll to make that happen.
Okay. And, hopping ain't Durgan's bag, per se, but is there a way to perhaps use the energies of my hammer, the lightning within it, to sort of create like bursts that might propel this floating husk?
Yes, because that's awesome. So, totally.
So, Durgan looks down at Storm's Reach and realizes there is still that metal, that purplish, those shards. And he realizes that they're crackling. They're dancing to life, and the bleak is surrounding him. And he looks at it, and he's been around lightning enough. He's been in the thunder repositories enough to know what unused energy looks like. Energy that's just begging for somebody to let it out. And so what Durgan does is he takes... Oh, I'm trying to think of what he would do. I'm looking for like a flint and steel scenario. Like, I'm not sure if he would just take off his gauntlet. Like, yeah, I think that's what he would do. He'd probably take his gauntlet off of one hand, holding it with his bare hand, and using it like a flint and steel to just... And these belches of fiery red lightning are spitting him as he is digging his feet into the ground and just takes a knee and starts just hammering away, flying through the air with this arcane engine.
Awesome, man. Take a point of inspiration. That's great.
I need it.
You used all of them last time, man, when you were fighting the Corruptor at the Oasis.
I know.
All right, that was Durgan. So, Erdon, you've managed to keep your footing. You just saw Durgan fall and disappear into the storm. You don't know if he's alive or dead at this point. It is your turn.
All right. While I'm concerned for that, I also know that the Corruptor is the priority here. This monstrosity. So I'm going to. How far away am I from the thing?
You're about 15 feet away from him.
Okay. Yeah, I think. I'm going to fire a couple more arrows. And would and did dice fall too?
Yeah, you actually.
Okay.
It's just you and Brasswick right now that you can see.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, and I'm going to use my second wind here before I forget to regain some HP here. And, okay, cool. I got a couple back there. And now, yeah, I'm going to take aim and loose some arrows. One is a critical failure, and the other one is a 25.
The 25 definitely hits.
And that will be 8 damage as I hone in once again, aiming for this thing's flank.
Awesome. Okay. Dice, you're falling. The storm is raging around you. You see the vague silhouette of Durgan catch onto one of these pieces of stone as he falls. You too have a chance to catch onto one of these pieces of stone, but you also have fly at your disposal. It is your turn.
Dice looks down, can't see the ground underneath him, but I mean, he wreckage, right? That's what is underneath.
Yeah, you can see pieces of the crumbling pyramid sort of floating all around you. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So it's very chaotic. He hears the song in his head. Fear thee not, O beautiful, for he is a dead man. And he says, no, not today. And he grabs onto one of the stones that's passing by him to try to grasp onto it and stop the fall.
Yeah, give me a dex saving throw, please.
Hell yeah. Okay, that's a total of 20. Not a crit, but that's a total of 20. Cool.
Yeah,
he grasps onto it and kind of pulls himself onto this bit of crumbling pyramid and looks upward toward the battle as it rages above.
Yeah, and you hear Erdon's arrows up above you, and you hear Brasswick yelling something, and you see like more flashes of purple and red as the storm continues raging. Okay. Erdon, you feel the stone that you're standing on kind of tilt and then right itself, and you realize that Brasswick has hopped onto your stone, and he just grabs you on the shoulder, and you feel that familiar whoo as he cast Cure Wounds and gets you for... Let's see here. Let me roll it. 11 hit points he restores.
All right, awesome.
He says, looks like you needed some help.
Yeah, and I nod. Thank you.
And he kind of nods to you and says, always. Now let's kick his ass.
Yeah.
All right. The Griffruptor, kind of recovering from the spell that it just cast, you see that the purple light is sort of fracturing its body further. You see more cracks appearing. And when it breathes, it's just like purple smoke emanating from its mouth. And it turns, and its flaming purple eyes look upon you, Erdon. And it starts to beat its wings and goes towards you. But there's another shape that comes out of the storm. Another figure. You see Emery coming to his feet on the stone behind the Corruptor. You see blood coming from his head from a wound. And in his good arm, he's holding the shattered remains of the God Sword. And he runs to the edge of the stone and he leaps, and he's going to try and attack the Corruptor with the remaining pieces of this sword.
That's awesome.
It is.
Oh.
You see what
Yep,
that is?
That's awesome.
That's a 20.
20.
That's a 20.
Nutsies.
That's a 20.
All right.
I like this guy. We were just talking about it in the recap. We like Emery, don't we?
I like this guy.
So he lands on the Griffruptor, grabbing onto the remains of his pauldron, and it's essentially just a hilt and a jagged piece of steel coming out of this blade. But he grabs onto the Corruptor and he stabs this thing up to the hilt in his back. And the Griffruptor, "Roar!" And he reaches back and grabs Emery. Here we go. Oh, dang. He grabs Emery and holds him out at arm's length by the throat. Emery is kicking in the air. And he just lets him go. And Erdon, you see him just drop. You see the sword fall from his hands, and he starts tumbling end over end and disappears into that same storm that Durgan and Dice fell into.
Wow.
All right.
I save him with my cloud car.
Nimbus! Now, Erdon, you and Brasswick are each going to take... You're each going to take 10 force damage as 2 more magic missiles emanate from the Corruptor. They sort of almost appear in front of him, and then fly through the storm and strike into you. All right. That brings us back around to Durgan. So Durgan, as you are flying upwards, you're using Storm's Reach as a motor on this boat, on this skyboat. You see another figure plummeting in the air. What would you like to do?
I would try to figure out who it was. Not to a great degree, but making sure it's not the Griffruptor and clearly seeing that it isn't. I am going to try to make a catch. I'm going to try to save Emery, if I can.
All right. What I'd like from you is just a dexterity check, just flat. I know you hate me but
No,
dexterity check.
Listen, I'm hearing you, man.
You're like, just once, I'd like to make a strength check.
I know. Hey, not bad. Flat 18.
Hey, that's awesome. You go ahead and describe it. You save him. Go ahead and describe it.
I don't know if Emery thinks this is the end. I don't know. But I know that he's so surprised when he hits the platform as we are zooming through the air, and for just a second, he hits and tumbles, and his back presses up against Durgan's chest, similarly to when we were in the flying machine. And as Durgan zooms toward the fray, he says, "We have got to stop meeting like this."
He kind of looks at you bewildered, Durgan, and he's like looking and he's seeing you propelling this thing. And you see blood kind of coming from his mouth and from his head, and he just goes and he says, "Not bad for an old fisherman, huh?"
"Not bad for a landlocked dwarf, huh?"
And he nods to you and says, "Get me back up there."
And Durgan does. Aye. And he...
You fly upwards. All right, Erdon, you and Brasswick are standing on this thing. The Corruptor is sort of flying towards you at this point. What would you like to do?
I think at this point I would actually, well, no, I was gonna, yeah, I'm gonna play it safe here because Erdon does not want to die. So yeah, I am going to, I guess I take a knee. I get low here, and I'm going to really just try to stop this thing's forward momentum. I'm gonna like aim for this thing's eyes, or something very sensitive, because I see this thing approaching, and I really want to make sure it doesn't get to me after seeing what it did to Emery. All right, and that's a 2 and a natural 20 for a crit, so that'll be one pretty darn good hit, my arrow. And that will be 16 damage.
16? Okay, awesome. Yeah, the arrow sinks into him, but he keeps coming forward. Just falters slightly as the arrow sinks into him.
And as soon as the arrow is hit, and I'm sure of that, I while low, just kind of peer over the edge of this stone that I'm on, just kind of frantically searching for my companions. I wouldn't see anything, would I?
Not yet. All you see is the storm raging below you and Brasswick at your back.
All right, yep.
Dice, it is your turn.
Dice is looking up at Durgan. How exactly are you getting Emery back up into the fight?
So Storm's Reach has the shards of the God Sword in it that broke.
Huh.
I took off my gauntlet and am flint and stealing, like hitting it, and this energy is kind of like coming off. So I'm basically cloud boating it. Like I've got this piece of pyramid that we're both riding up, and I'm like hitting it to make it go like a rudimentary motorboat in the air.
Okay, cool. You see Dice on the way. We'll say he's a little bit above you. As you're kind of flying upwards, you see Dice kind of clutching his chest, and you see that he's in a bad way. But on his way, he kind of looks, on your way up, he looks at you, and you hear this voice that says, "You're more useful than me." And he holds out his staff and throws it to you to catch. And he says, as you pass, "Freeze the damn meat." He looks upward, and awaits anyone else that comes plummeting, hoping against hope that it's this monstrosity that they've been combating, and hoping against hope that Durgan finally, after 4 combats, fells this fallen angel that is the corruptor. And he hears inside of his head, "He died in Kazrin, Kazrin killed him by your sword hand," as he looks directly at Durgan and just hopes for the best.
And Durgan, how do you react to this?
With utter surprise. Chucking a dwarven paladin, a beautifully crafted staff, is like pearls before swine. And so I don't think that I would have to make a dex check or anything because I don't catch it. It hits me. It hits me and then rolls down. And I would clutch it. I would pick it up and I would hold it, and it would look small in my hands. Slight. Too slender. But I would hold it nonetheless. And this is my hand that no longer has a gauntlet on it. So I can feel the smoothness. I can feel this staff. And it's odd. It's an energy that I'm not used to because it's arcane and it's humming, because of the arcane energy around me. And I just hope that Dice is all right.
All right. Brasswick, on his turn, up above, and you can actually hear this, Durgan and Dice, from where you are. You hear it over the din of the storm and over the din of the battle. You hear, "Guiding Bolt!" And he's going to cast Guiding Bolt at the Corruptor, classic Brasswick style. And I'm going to look up Guiding Bolt. Guiding Bolt. Okay, cool. Man, that's a good spell.
Sure is.
Yeah, he loves that.
I can see why. 15. Dang. 16 radiant damage. This streak of golden light kind of lances outward from Brasswick's hand as he reaches it outwards. And the next attack made against the Corruptor has advantage as he's outlined in this golden light from Brasswick's Guiding Bolt. And it is the Corruptor's turn. The Corruptor hurls himself through the air at you and Brasswick, Erdon. He's been struck by arrows, he's been struck by a guiding bolt, but he's tenacious as he comes flying towards you, his wings tucked up against the side of him. And as he sort of collides with you almost, he just begins slashing with his talons. 2 of his attacks find their mark for a total of 15 slashing damage. You just feel them dig into your flesh, tearing away great strips of it.
Mm-hmm.
And his eyes, his purple, flaming eyes just bore into you.
Yeah, and I just have this horrified look in my face that reflects his black gaze and just, this is not, this is what I was definitely hoping to avoid.
All right. Durgan, you're up. On your turn, you surface back up to the battle.
So, how far away am I from the Griffruptor?
About 10 feet.
Okay. Man. I look at him, and I don't know what to do. I feel like my deity told me his life isn't mine to take. But at the same time, I feel like this creature before me isn't even a man anymore. This creature is a force of unnatural life, unnatural energy, and he looks at Emery, and this is all happening so quickly, and he looks for Dice, who's not there, and he looks at Erdon, and he looks at Dice's staff. And in his heart, in Durgan's heart of hearts, he utters what he believes is the truth. And with a soft focus, as the bleak becomes silent and this monstrosity is in front of him, he thinks and says, "This is not for me." And he holds Dice's staff up, and he begins to talk. He begins to speak. And he says, first, under his breath, muttering, but then it begins to get louder. It begins to resonate. And the rune of pursuit over Durgan's eye that is a scar begins to glow. It begins to turn red. And he says, "May I never find ruin in pursuit of my foes. May I unearth the freedom retribution bestows." And Matt, if you'll allow it, I want to try to use the staff, Dice's staff, the proof that it's not for me. I'm not using Storm's Reach. I'm using the focus that this is for my family, my new family, my friends. And essentially, for flavor, I want to use Smite, but I want a spectral red spear tip, as though Tritherian's spear, to emerge from the top of Dice's staff, and I want to use it to try to stab the Griffruptor.
You can absolutely do that.
Sorry, I'm trying to grab my dice. All right. Okay. I'm going to use Inspiration. That was too low.
It fell on a number.
It fell on a 6. Oh, this one fell on an 8. This one fell on a 7. No. I rolled. Does a 24 hit?
A 24 hits, yeah.
Okay. I'm using every spell slot I have to do my smite.
Please do.
Like every single one of them. All right. So. All right. Here we go. First is actually, let me ask you this: what would you allow the normal damage? I don't know what a spear's damage is. Is that a D6 or a D4?
A spear, I believe, is a D6.
So, however you want to, what would you allow my base damage to be? Would it be a improvised weapon or?
I would say it could be a spear. Yeah, if you're gonna do that.
All right.
So go 1d6.
Mm-hmm.
If someone in the chat thinks it's different, I think it's 1d6. But...
Yeah, 1d6, 1d8 versatile, but yeah.
Okay, yeah. So 1d6,
Okay, cool.
Tim.
All right, so here we go. This is going to take longer than Storm's Reach. All right, so...
This is awesome.
Okay, that's good so far. So we're at a base level 4. I have to see how many... Because I get 2d8 per spell slot level that I use, essentially, to a maximum of 5d8. I have... All right, so here we go. Yes. That's 37 points of damage.
The spear lances through the air. And Erdon, the corruptor, is bearing down on you. He raises his claws again to strike, and you see a spectral red blade pierce through his chest. And he hangs there in the air for a second. There's just this stillness and quiet. The storm is still raging around you, but it's silent. Dice, you hear this silence too, and Durgan, you see a gaping hole through the back of him and through his chest where that spear went, all the way through. The purple energy around the corruptor dissipates. The light coming from his eyes, emanating from his mouth, fades. Erdon, you look upon his face, and you see pain in his eyes. You see pain, and you see anguish, and you see fear. And then he falls. He drops out of the sky. Durgan, Erdon, and Brasswick, along with Emery, you all see him disappear into the clouds below, through the storm. Dice, you see a figure falling. You see tattered wings and a mangled body. It falls past you and continues falling. The storm that has been raging, it quiets, it calms, as whatever foul entity was trying to enter through the bleak, as the door is shut on it. The stones that you all are standing upon begin to fall, slowly though, as they ride the currents of arcane energy down. You plummet through the air, the wind whistling in your ears. And soon enough you touch down in the sand below, and the storm above you dissipates with a single crackling pop. You all stand on the dunes of Sonegeist and you see each other. The Provokers. Dice, Erdon, Durgan, and Brasswick. And you see the remains of the Corruptor laying in a heap on the sand. He looks smaller now. He just looks like a broken man, dead on the sand.
Dice is laying on his chest, looking over the edge of this chunk of pyramid, this stone, and kind of clutching his chest where there's some sort of internal pain, but he knows he's going to be okay. But he rolls over on his back and just gazes upward to see the silhouettes of the other stones and the people and the sky, and he sees the clouds that were above part, and he sees some stars behind them as the storm begins to break, and just lets out a gasp, thinking, it's finally done.
And Erdon just slides to his knees, bow in front of him. He reaches a hand out to feel a brasswick near him. Just wants to. It's rare, but he almost wants to give him a hug. It's just, can't believe it's over.
Durgan rolls over, clutching the spear. That's not a spear anymore. And he hollers out and he says, "Oi, Brasswick!" And I imagine that Brasswick would already be getting up, sort of, as Erdon's considering hugging him. And I think that Durgan would say, "Oi, you're doing an awful lot of fancy things there up in the sky for someone who's so afraid of heights. I think you might just be one step closer to overcoming that fear." And I imagine Brasswick would mumble something about how just something Brasswicky.
He says, "Well, what can I say, Durgan? I'm overcoming my fear."
And then Durgan would say, "Oi, has anybody seen Dice?" And would Durgan see Dice peeking from behind that rubble, Barker? Or are you far away, or would it be relatively close?
I would imagine I'm actually underneath you, so yeah, you can see me just kind of slowly becoming more passed out. Not out of injuries, but from just being exhausted.
Nice.
And you might even feel it too. Using a staff, you feel this magic almost drain from you, like it's some sort of fuel that's gone and slowly rebuilding itself, maybe.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
And so you understand absolutely is just exhaustion on the side of this floating stone slab.
And essentially, Durgan would hold the staff toward Dice, and he'd go, "Here, you take this back. I will not be responsible if this one gets lost."
He sits up and takes it and kind of mumbles something under his breath, but chuckles. You can hear the smile on his face as he takes his staff back gratefully.
And as you reach for the staff, Durgan absolutely grabs your arm and squeezes you as tightly as possible. So it's like a very feigned, almost like you said, a exhaustion, like, here, oh, and then you reach in, and Durgan just grabs you, and he's like, oh, you saved the day, my handsome boy.
You hear the air just squeeze out of his lungs like a chew toy, and there's just the hint of a moan and a groan that comes out like, oh god. But he kind of embraces you and looks to Eridan and Brasswick and Emery and says, no, we did.
Brasswick kind of is looking at the corpse of the corruptor, which is little more than just kind of a pile of flesh sort of off in the distance away is where it fell. And he's kind of toying with the axe in his hand, and he says, you know, I have a spell that we could use if we wanted to talk to him. But I don't know if I want to. And Emery says, no. There'll be no necromancy here. Not for him. He doesn't deserve to speak his piece.
You'll have to tell us more about him someday.
Him? That's a different person than I knew. I'll tell you about Arendelle Dawnbringer. I'll tell you about the man who saved countless lives. I'll tell you about the man who had friends and family, who served his realm loyally for decades. I'll tell you about my friend and my brother. But that's not him.
Well said. And I kind of feel my stomach and say, over drinks and a hot meal, perhaps. And I look in the general direction of Gwynterod.
And Emery says, we have a bit of a walk. And he kind of brushes off the sand with his good arm. And he looks down and he sees his empty scabbard. And he kind of smiles, seeing that empty scabbard. And he turns and he throws his cloak over his good arm. And he begins to walk back towards Falhast. The Provokers, you're standing there alone. Brasswick turns to you and says, are you sure you don't want to talk to him?
That's a good juice impression.
That was my very best juice impression.
Some things are better left dead, Brasswick. And besides, the last 4 times we've met him, we didn't want to talk to him then.
I know, but it's different this time. Now we don't have to worry about him killing us.
Come on, man. Drinks on me.
Fine. Yeah, drinks on you.
And Durgan would just remember all of a sudden, just like, and he'd go, Erdan Seroshant. Now you listen to me here. It was cloudy up there. There was a lot of red lightning. I have seen you shoot a lot of arrows, my friend, but you were on fire. Oh, hit, oh, hit, oh. Thank Tritherion for your skill with a bow from the Vale of the Shades, my friend. You have won me over. Elves are damn good fighters.
He finally admits it. But that killing blow, that was something. What in the nine hells was that?
I don't know.
As you guys are talking, you see Dice throw a coin purse to Brasswick. Then he kind of stops walking. And he says, that's all the money that I made from our adventures. Minus a couple coins. So, drinks are on me. And then he looks toward the opposite direction, towards the interior of Sonegeist, and says, but I'm going the other way. My past is that way, and my future's to the north. I think I'll go back to Talmor and see it once again. I've heard of a place called the Everfrost, far to the north. I might try there. But this is where I leave you.
There's a young lady. Probably like to see you. Even though you think she might fear you or be disgusted. And I kind of reach out. But you need to do what you need to do.
She doesn't want to see me. And besides, she wouldn't be seeing Aaron. She'd be seeing Dice. And he points to his face and says, I'm not wearing a mask right now. There is no mask on my face.
Durgan doesn't say anything. He grabs Storm's Reach. And he holds it up. And in the palm of his hand is a chunk. It was a piece of a coin. Something that once decided his fate. And he snaps it. He snaps the tether that was holding it to Storm's Reach. And he takes Dice's hand and puts it in there. He said, I used to use this to remember a day that I needed to remember. But I'll never forget that day. Not anymore. But I want you to use this to always remember this day. And if you need anything, we're here for you. And he would close Dice's fingers around the coin. And he'd say, good luck. The ladies don't stand a chance.
And he laughs and he takes what you've given him and pockets it, and he says, and for you. And Brasswick steps forward and he says, not you, you already have my Tome of Ilmater. That's the heaviest thing I had. But he pulls out a river bear carved of bone that he had saved from his staff, covering it up along with the D20 and the letter, the three things that he had been keeping safe as the acid just drenched him in fulgrim. And he hands it to you, Durgan, the one who carved it. And to Erdon, he hands you a small leather pouch. And looking at Durgan, he says, "You come visit Talmor sometime. Who knows, maybe I'll be there." And Erdon, as you open the leather pouch, you see a tiny piece of jerky that was swiped before it was all given away at the boneyards. He says, "It's not much, but it's taken all of my energy to not eat the last piece." And he reaches, and he nods to you, and he reaches up and he removes his mask. And using his own prestidigitation, you see that his face is shimmering with magic. And that magic begins to materialize into a face with 5 o'clock shadow. And shoulder-length hair, and both blue eyes, smiling. And he said, "Don't get too teary-eyed. Besides, I'm a wizard. I'll keep in touch." And he turns around with his belongings, and he begins his trek north to Sonnegeist. It's not but a few days later. Dice is laying around a campfire, asleep near the northern reaches of Sonnegeist. I mean, he's braved this place, but the elements have been more vicious than any place he's ever been. And the fire's beginning to sputter out on his campsite, and he hears a noise, and he wakes up, and he sits up, and he grabs his staff, and he grabs the dagger that Erdon gave him so long ago. And he looks around him in an attempt to figure out who is there. And he says that, "Who is there? Who is it?" And there's nobody. But he feels something in his pocket, and he reaches it, and he looks at it, and concerned, he stands up now. "Who's there? Who left this? Who's there?" Screams it. And after a long moment of silence, he gazes into his hand at the small chunk of copper ore that mysteriously appeared in his pocket during the night.
Whoa.
Shit, dog.
Oh
Oh my god.
Dude.
Oh man. I love that. I did not see that coming.
Me either.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
So, the battle against the Corruptor is over. But we're going to leave this session with some epilogues. I'm a big fan of tying things up and not leaving a lot of loose ends. So, if Tim is recovered from that amazing little thing, we're going to go ahead and do Durgan's epilogue here. Durgan, it's several weeks after the battle with the Corruptor. You and Erdon and Brasswick and Emery trekked back to Falhast and saw the signing of a historic document. It was a treaty, a truce. More than anything, it was a promise. A piece of paper called the Accord of Provocation. An agreement between Gwentarod, Shadevale, and Stone Rift that they would always come to the aid of one another when it was asked for. And you all signed this document as witnesses, securing a future for the Western Southlands and ensuring that no tyrant, that no evil power could ever gain a foothold in these realms again. You and Erdon and Brasswick went your separate ways, Durgan. It felt strange. It felt wrong to be leaving each other after going through such an ordeal, but you all had business to see to. And you made an agreement to meet at the Wayward Wanderer several months later. Durgan, you made your way back to Stone Rift, along with Balrock, Dagram, and the rest of the forces that showed up to aid Falhast. When you arrived back in Stone Rift, you accompanied Balrock into the Hall of Thunder, where the Council of Thunder met to discuss the future of Stone Rift. You are standing now in that hall, Durgan, the same hall where you witnessed Nosmer executed for treason. And now the Diarchy of Stone Rift has a monumental task ahead of it. Balrock, sitting upon his throne, speaks. There have always been two kings in Stone Rift. Two brothers in arms. A king of the march and a king of the toil. One to oversee the inner workings of the city, the labor. The other to protect it, to defend it, and to oversee its military might. Stone Rift cannot be with only one king. And so it has fallen to us to elect a new one. The vote has been unanimous. Durgan Bloodmountain, please come forward.
And Durgan does so.
Durgan, your service to Stone Rift has saved this city. Not only this city, but this province, this region, this world. You are a capable warrior, a brave, brave adventurer, and a good friend. Durgan, it would honor me, and it would honor Stone Rift if you would sit beside me as my brother king and wear the crown, the king of the toil.
You are my king. And I do not say these words lightly. And Durgan looks around. Isn't it time that Stone Rift stopped toiling? Isn't it time that we unify? I know this is treason, but no more. No more should our people, our blood, be divided by class and rank. Many of you know the battles that were fought. The one we call the Corruptor. Many of you know he fell, but not by my hand alone. If it's one thing that I've learned, it's that it takes every kind. A half-elf, an elf, and a dwarf who definitely shares different customs than we do here on the Rift. But it's time that we unify. And I've come here today to honor you. But I've come here to return this. And Durgan puts Storm's Reach on the table.
I don't know what to say, Durgan. Only that you not accepting a kingship is exactly the reason why Stone Rift needs a king like you. Someone not seeking power or riches, but someone who wishes to see change enacted and who wishes to see our great city grow and flourish and unite with other cultures. And there are a few sort of angry murmurs from among the Thunder Council, and Balrog holds up a gauntleted hand. Is it truly your wish to leave Storm's Reach here and to leave the kingship to someone else?
My wish is of no concern, but this is the will of my God, my protector. And Durgan takes a spear from his back. I do not mean you any disrespect, but I don't believe I have a choice in the matter if I'm to serve the purpose that I've been chosen for.
Where will you go, Durgan Bloodmountain?
I have not decided. But one thing that I do know, my king, is that I will never be far. And I will ensure that in a world where an eye for an eye is too often leaned upon, that we make sure that in doing so, this whole world doesn't go blind. I will be your wandering king, a bastion of power, watching over the rift. But not just the rift, the Vale, and the whole of the Western Southlands. I think for now, I'm going to go to New Brook. See about maybe starting a temple there. There's a lot that I need to learn about Tritherion myself. And there are many others who could stand to learn the same. I'll always be a dwarf of Stormrift. And I will be your wandering king, though I cannot sit at your side. For the world needs people who will go.
And I imagine that there's just silence that meets your proclamation, Durgan. And as you leave the Hall of Thunder, you see Dagrim standing outside, and he gives you a nod as you walk by. And you step out into the rift, and you hear the thunder booming in the distance and the flash of lightning. And you know that the storms of the rift rage ever on.
And you can see just the beginnings of a normal colored stubble where his blue beard once was. And as Durgan hears the echoes, and a ram appears quickly and beautifully. And this doesn't look like the misshapen nag that we've seen before, but instead a gorgeous, tawny brown and white ram with a golden red saddle and a rune of pursuit on its barding. And Durgan hops atop the ram, and with his spear on his back, rides out of Stone Rift.
I was about to say take a point of inspiration, but you don't need it, man.
Take it. Put it
Still
on your
take
character.
Put it
I'm
on your
putting
character.
I'm putting it on there. I need it for the
You're
next
gonna
time.
need it for phase 3 of the boss fight.
Yeah. Which happens now.
Yeah, which happens right now. Eridon. You, like Durgan, oversaw the signing of the Accord of Provocation. You signed it as a witness. And you and Brasswick journeyed back to Fulgrim, where you stayed for several days. And then you and Mir and Larawise and the rest of the survivors of Shadevale walked back to your forest home. It took days, many days, to get back there with as many people as you were traveling with. But eventually you found your way back to the ruins of Shadevale, the scorched husks of buildings, the blasted ground. But it was unmistakable as your home, at least for now. There's a day where You're helping to rebuild one of the houses, putting up boards and slabs of bone, lashing it all together. Mir is there, helping as well. He picks up a slab of bone, something off of a mastodon, and fits it onto the hut, lashing it with rope. He wipes sweat from his brow and gazes at you with his stone eye. It's a long process, but a worthwhile one. I think we can rebuild it to be even greater than it was in time.
Aye, there's a good spirit about the place. It's like a young sapling coming up through the undergrowth. It's something I haven't quite felt here in this place ever.
There's a feeling of renewal, yes. Erdon, I must confess that I've been doing some prying. He points to his eye. How long do you intend to stay? I sense a need to leave, a need to wander. A restlessness overtakes you. But there is still so much to be done.
I don't plan to leave anytime soon. My sister, you know, I want to help. I want to help her be successful. I want to help my people, my brothers and sisters, and I put my hand on his sweaty tunic shoulder.
And he kind of looks down curiously at it and then looks up at you and kind of like eases a little bit, just kind of like, oh, okay, hey, we're friends, cool.
It's not going to be easy, and I have several hundred years left to live. They won't all be here. You're right.
He looks over at Larawise, who is using her abilities to direct vines to construct new buildings, using the vines to strengthen the supports and the walls of these new buildings that are being erected. She will be a fine matron. One of the best we've had, I think. Elmira was... well, she was a matron of war. Because she ruled in a time of conflict. But the orcs have been driven back, though I'm sure they will rise again at some point. The corruptor has been dealt with. It's time now for peace, and I'm afraid that's something that men like you and I just do not understand, Erdon.
It's true. It's I have other gifts, and I kind of feel the mastodon bone sword at my side. And I remember my father wearing the sword in very much the same way, the same sword. And I look to the side and I see two young elves with sticks. And I go over and I look at Mir. Just kind of nod my head like, And I quickly kind of jog over, and I get down on my knee, and I adjust the grip of one of these young elves on the stick. Yeah, that's better. Like that, you see? And then I show the other one. Now thrust this way. Ah! Yes. There you go. That's better. And I kind of rub his little wood elven, naughty, grubby hair. And grip my sword once again as I walk back to Mirror. There may be war again. There will always be conflict. We will be needed.
I ask about the restlessness I sense because I feel it too. I worry that I don't appreciate the peace because I'm afraid of the next conflict that is surely around the corner. And like you say, there will always be war. And in times of peace, men like us, let's just say I'm glad we'll be busy. Idle hands and all of that.
There's plenty to do. And I have just this large piece of wood over my shoulder that's laying on the ground, and just and kind of put it in place here against the rest of the structure that we've been building. Plenty to do.
Now, it's several months later, and we see the town of Newbrook. Built up now, there's buildings and pastures rolling out, stretching as far as the eye can see, with the Wayward Wanderer at the center, rising up above it. And there are new expansions onto the tower itself, new rooms built onto it. And they've even started rebuilding the crumbling top, using a crane to haul up stone and mortar and rebuild the tower. Rianne is standing at the doorway, drying her hands with the cloth. And she looks up, and she sees you, Erdon, walking towards her. Her face breaks into a grin, and she comes forward and wraps you in a big hug. And she says, "You're the last to arrive. They're inside. Come on."
I kind of played dumb for a second and said, I thought I smelled biscuits.
My biscuits brought you all the way from Shade Vale. I see. Well, come on then. She leads you inside, and you see Durgan and Brasswick sitting there. And Brasswick says, "Hey, Elf, I got you some ale."
I thought elves didn't like ale. Give me that. I grab it. And I sit down and take a big swig of this ale. And if there's any food on the table, even if it's in front of someone else, I help myself.
Brasswick kind of looks at Durgan and says, "We were just talking about Dice. I hope he's okay. Fool elf just walked into the desert all by himself."
Aye. Yeah. Yeah, he's come a long way. I mean, at first, boy couldn't even hold his own in a bar fight, let alone walk across the Sonnegeist desert. I hope he's not dead. He might be dead.
I feel like we'd know if he was dead. For some reason, I feel like we'd just know.
I'm just giving him a hard time. Poor guy. Couldn't have a drink for weeks. It was like he was cursed. I hope he's having an ale wherever he is now. And I Lift my mug.
To dice.
To dice.
To
Freeze
dice.
the meat.
Freeze the meat is right. And I think that is as good a place as any to end our first campaign.
Damn, son.
Dude.
Wow. It's that boy.
Oh shit, what up?
Man.
Well. All right. I am
Anybody got any
absolutely...
words?
What's that?
I said, anybody got any words
No,
that
I
they want
used
to
all
put
of
the
them.
sentences?
I used
Because
I
all-
used 17 sessions worth of words.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to talk a ton here because we've been going for 4.5 hours now. This is officially the longest Provokers session, by the way.
Nice.
But we are going to have a second campaign. We talked a little bit about what it's going to be. And the general idea is that the campaign will take place about 20 years after this one. And we haven't all decided on if we're going to be doing different characters or the same characters, but the general idea is that the actions of the Provokers here will have very real ramifications in the future of Aeronoth, and the Aeronoth that we'll see in this next campaign will be very similar, but as the way it is because of the Provokers. And so there'll be echoes of the Provokers' actions everywhere you look, and the Provokers themselves will be very important, almost legendary figures already in Aeronothian history. So the kind of working title for that campaign is Provokers Bleak Wrath, and it will mostly have to deal with the ramifications of the bleak storm that just happened in the middle of Sonegeist and attempting to open a doorway to wherever the Corruptor was attempting to open that doorway. So but I'm very excited about it. I think it's going to be really cool starting something new with these guys, and I'm really excited about it. I'm really excited to continue this sort of saga with these guys. So I think it's going to be really good. But we're definitely going to take some time off. I think we're going to take some time off, and Tim's got a campaign that he's going to be running. We have Winds of Cerceline. And I'd like to run some more stuff. I want to run some Kror and some other things like that. So, yeah, I think it'll be a good little break.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the first time I've ever played in a full campaign as a player. Most of them just kind of fizzle. Favorite character I've ever played. And I just recently went to Florida for a trip, and I hung out with Tim and James a lot. In June and July, I'm going to go up to Washington, and I'm going to hang out with Nate and Matt and James and Cassie and Tila, and it's just, just now become real that this online method of playing games has not only allowed me to role play a character meeting other characters, but it's allowed me to meet my best friends that I know in real life and hang out with in real life. And it's just a really amazing, one of those moments. I'm not going to talk for forever, but it's just one of those moments in your life where you look at it and you're like, man, if I were anywhere else at that minute on that day, I wouldn't have met these guys. I wouldn't be a provoker. And I can say that about meeting my wife, and I can say that about meeting you guys, and I guess I can say that about my parents making me, but those three things are it. So I just want to thank, not only everybody who's, been with us since the beginning, but you guys and Juice when you watch this. It's been an awesome road, and as Dice said, all good things come to an end, but what matters most is where you go from there. So I can't wait for whatever it is we do next.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah.
It's weird feeling so fulfilled and so empty at the same time. Like knowing that this is the last one for this iteration, this version, but then feeling like, man, I feel so full. I feel so fulfilled. I feel like that just. So, I don't know. It's a weird feeling, but.
Yeah, it's a super weird feeling. Like yeah, it is. It's crazy.
Yeah. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow like just it's gonna be weird.
No, absolutely.
But
Well,
yeah, satisfying. You're right, Tim.
exactly. Oh, well, I'm not going to keep these guys up later than they need to be up. I just want to, real quick, thank everyone for watching and everyone who's ever watched any of the Provokers games. We're sitting here playing D&D, and it's really cool that other people enjoy that. What I can say is, if you like what we're doing, if you enjoyed watching this campaign, if you've watched from session 1 all the way to session 17, go play some D&D, man. Go play some role-playing games. Get on the Absolute Tabletop official group. Get on the Tabletop RPG one-shot group. Go check out the RPG Brigade. Connect with people. Find your group. Find your provokers. Find the guys that you like playing with and start your own campaign. And this is just a blast. It's my favorite thing in the world. I love this hobby. I love these handsome boys that I'm playing with. And yeah, it's an awesome magical thing, and it's way more than just rolling dice and shooting the shit.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
Now, for the final time for now, I'm going to leave you with some words of wisdom. May your pizzas always be hot and ready.